Hello everybody, welcome to Valorant Challengers North America. Today we have a very big game. It is going to be DSG disguised against Mad Lions. Now I was sort of expecting, and I still sort of expect Mad Lions to beat disguised here. I mean, Mad Lions is a very tough opponent, and DSG disguised is a very new team. I think this is going to probably be one of the biggest matches, and I think watching this guy is just going to be the majority of the Valorant community is going to see just because it is disguised. We can go ahead and see a little bit of Mad Lions playthrough here. But yeah, so this first game is against Mad Lions, is between Mad Lions and Disguise. Now, like I said, I do think Mad Lions is going to win, but yesterday I thought Shopify was going to win as well, and then Oxygen came in and won it in a game that I don't think anybody was expecting them to win. So I'm open to anything here. I think it's very possible that we do see a disguised win. And of course, I think it would make it more interesting, you know, if this big hyped up team is able to take a win. But we'll see. We're gonna go ahead and listen into the broadcast now.
Know they're going into the meat of their schedule following the break towards the end of this month. That said, the way this group is shaping up, Gus, there's still a chance that they make playoffs, even with just like 2 wins. There's a world where that happens because of the fact that this is just kind of an interesting group. You definitely have your top 2, but the bottom 2, I feel like it's anyone's game.
It really is. Again, just with the fact that you still have TSM in this group, I feel like TSM, with their dub last week over Mad Lions, I feel like their games, Disguise and OR Esports, are going to be at around the same level that they faced with Mad Lions. So we are...
Alright, hello. Sorry about that.
He is so critical to this team on Mad Lions because we see one of the top
lagging out there a
He's
little
also
bit.
one of the players that really gets the
We're
team
back
going.
now. We're gonna continue to listen.
A lot of his rifling when he's playing.
Sorry about that.
He's been playing a lot more frequently, and so now we're looking at those stats from that Icebox match. But then you go to the second and third map, and his stats just took the hardest downfall of all. Granted, the 80-yard does increase a little bit, but there's sample size to that, and he's still, you know, he's still doing his damage as the Rays, getting damage with his util. But it's just, I think that if Will had stepped up in the level that we know he can, that TSM game, we could have been looking at Mad Lions sitting 1-0 right now. I mean, because if Will steps up just a smidge more, those games were 10-13. Couple rounds, you've got it. Mad Lions are 1-0 right now.
Yeah, and one of the things I'm looking at too is just the it's not on this graphic, but it's the duels that he was taking early in the round. If you look at the last 2 maps, I mean, it was particularly rough. He was 1-4 on Bind for first kills, first deaths as the Rays. And then looking over at the last map of Ascent, he was 0-1 as Jet. Actually, excuse me, 2-5 as Jet. So, like, obviously, that is a pretty rough deviation to go 3-9 for your opening kills, opening duels, losing that many times. It's 12 rounds and you win only 3 of them. That's not what you expect from a player like Will, who has the experience that he has. And then on the opposite side, you've got a young who's thirsty for the opportunity to prove himself in this server. We're speaking of Clear. Looking at this disguised roster, this is probably the player that comes in with...
I will say, I think Clear coming in, I mean, he surprised... He surprised a lot of people. He in that first in the open qualifiers. I mean, he was really just playing very well. I mean, you can look at his KD here; it's 1.11. That's pretty decent. And when he, or sorry, that's Will with a 1.11. Clear has a 0.94, which is pretty good. He does have a higher ADR, and a higher final kill to final death, which is really good. Obviously his KD is a little bit worse, but a little bit better than Will here, and I think it really just goes to show, like, Claire's here to make waves and try and prove himself and prove that he can make it on a team like Disguise, which is new and not an established name, and show that he can get there. And I think getting to challengers in the first place was that moment, and now he's gonna get to push even further and see if they can make it, you know, past that bottom 4 spot in challengers.
He's going to be a really key player. And so in this head-to-head, we're looking at, can Clear punch up to level and play as consistent? Is this a guy that can compete against no matter what? He did it relatively well last week against the guard. Now we want to see, how does that form maintain? What changes have been made to get him in better positions and to make sure that you have a guy like Clear that's always popping off?
One of the things we want to talk about too with this team, looking at Disguise, historically speaking, one of the things that steals is refines talent. One of the things that Ocean historically does is finds it. Ocean was never necessarily known for being the person that caused the talent to shine. He was more like, I found this young diamond in the rough. And then Steel's the one that's like been known for sort of polishing that diamond and cleaning it up. So you have potential in this young player to take him from being quote unquote a no one, because it really, like, he's not a player that comes in with much of a reputation if you don't really pay attention to the tier 2, tier 3 scene, and become a big name in Valorant esports. And you can see it with this quote right here. So me and Ocean were cut from the same cloth. We approached the game the same way. I agree. Like, it seems like on paper, this should create an incredible team specifically around this young player.
Yeah, and I think ideologically for this team, everyone should be very similar on the same page. There was an article, an interview that .esports did, and one thing that he said is, I love this team because we're all so open and we all understand what we want to do. And when there's a mistake, we all come in together. We all talk about it. So I feel like the ideology for this team is going to be extremely similar. A lot of people are going to be on the same page. And for someone like Clear, obviously he's going to have to adapt to this kind of style. We don't exactly know how he likes to play the game, what he's done. But I do think that for this team, it's kind of hard to see that between coach and IGL, there's not going to be strong chemistry. Between the coach and the core three from that X-Knights roster, there's not going to be strong chemistry.
No, and listen, Steel, he knew the type of challenge that he was facing with this team. Again, it's a fresher roster to even begin with. Steel last week, he just wasn't impressed with how they did. I mean, he talked a lot about his disappointment on a podcast. He said that it was a, quote, breakdown of game plan. A lot of moments of hesitation from DSG and moments where they just needed a fast decision and to commit to it. Steel, at this point, he needs to enact that ideology that you're talking about, Sully. He just tried to grind these players.
And this is what I was saying. I think Disguise definitely has potential in this competition. I definitely think they can. This is what I'm saying. I think they could beat Mad Lions because they do have a lot of power, and I think they're a very powerful team. They've got a lot of good players, and they have Steel, who's an incredible coach, and like they all just know what they're doing around each other. They know how to play with each other. They know how to like they know what to do. It's just when we saw that match against the Guard, they didn't do what they wanted to do. And it was against the Guard, so obviously it's going to be a tough fight. But they definitely now, this game, want to show, now that they're not up against the Guard, they have something to prove, and they want to make themselves known. They want to give themselves a name.
To get accustomed to how players play and how just players communicate. That's even more important, because sometimes teams, you have these great players and they come together, but everyone has a different approach to how they talk in game, how they play in game. And just like you learn how your opponents approach the game and you learn patterns and behaviors, you start to learn that with your own teammates. And that's one of the things that the Guard is basically saying makes them so good. It's like, hey, we know how everyone plays. We're very familiar with each other. So there are times when we just do our job. Like it becomes muscle memory to that extent. I also do think that this team could be that good. Just it's going to take a bit.
No, I also think given that statement, like, as much as you want to say the chemistry there, like, this should be a team that I have to say you expected a lot more from last week, right? They played good, but let's be honest, the map scores weren't as close as they could be, right? You say that, give it time, Stromboli, whatever. I forget the analogy. I already forgot it, but this is a team
Clearly
that has three core members, right? 3 core members from an old roster. Not only that, but they're also led by Ocean, their ex-coach. So there should, in my opinion, be a lot of chemistry already formulated. Maybe it doesn't instantly click with the likes of Steel, but the way that Steel talks about this team, it feels like the chemistry should already be there. And so that's where my concern is, that maybe it's not the chemistry, maybe it's the fact that they played against one of the best teams last week. I don't know what's going on with this team. But I also do think that given what we know from this team, these players, how Steel works, the fact that he said that, oh man, Ocean is a great coach, we think the exact same way, the chemistry should, in my opinion, already be there. Not maybe at the level of the Guard, but definitely a lot more above maybe a team like Dark Ratio, who as well have a very similar stature with 4 players in this really strong core.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the maps, see where the series is going to be heading. I think if you're smart, Disguised should ban Icebox. Again, reminder, that was the...
Alright, we're going to go ahead and take a look. We do see Mad Lions banned Haven, Disguised banned Icebox. Mad Lions picked Fracture, Disguised picked Pearl. It's going to be very interesting. I think we've seen a lot of Pearl in this past week or two between a lot of different teams. And honestly, it's been a bit of a toss up. I don't know. I think we've seen a lot of really good play on Pearl, and I think it'll be interesting to see it more and see what Disguised can do. We saw them play Pearl a lot in the open qualifiers, and they did very, very well. So hopefully, this sort of prior knowledge will help them move forward. Um, Fracture's a map that hasn't been picked a lot in challengers so far, and in the open qualifiers, it wasn't a big pick, and that's just because people don't really like to play on it. But it's going to be interesting to see it here and see how Mad decides to play with it. And we'll see how Disguise decides to play around it with it as well, and see if they can maybe do some good counterplay. We also have then Mad banned Bind, Disguised banned Breeze, and we have the Decider of Ascent. I think there's a chance we see the Decider today, but honestly, like I said, I think Mad Lions is probably gonna take this one. But we'll see. We'll see where it goes. Maybe we'll have another Oxygen in Shopify where Disguise just pulls through and sort of surprises people a little.
Potentially product, but I guess you could say the same for Dark Ratio with Pearl. We don't. I think a lot of this is like, hey, what can we expect from these teams? We haven't seen a whole lot of them play. The sample size again is definitely significantly smaller than it is for some of the other teams like the Guard, for instance, or even M80, where you can draw comparisons. Shopify Rebellion, but what we did see was promising from both teams. So it's like, okay, I have hopes for both teams. I do feel like this is a three-mapper. I feel like we're going the distance. I don't feel like it's going to be blowout maps either. I feel like it's going to be close.
Yeah.
We might even get multiple overtimes in this series, Sully.
Oh, I'm hoping
This
for
is-
it, man.
this is-
I
yeah.
expect a lot from both of these two teams, especially when a match of this caliber and has this much weight. Again, I'm going to reiterate, both teams, one is going 0-2, and that is just an extremely tough prospect to face. Like, to go 0-2, have a 2-week break, by the way. After this week, there's a 2-week break until we have matches again. You need to buckle down from that 0-2 situation, really grind out all the issues you have, and come back and win your next 3 games. Even have a chance at playoffs, by the way. You don't want things to come down where you're in a 2-3 situation and you're just praying 2 other teams are in a 2-3 situation. There's a lot on the line for these 2 teams. So I'm expecting from a team like Disguise, from a team like Mad Lions, when they have, again, for Mad Lions, that 4-player chemistry, you just bring in Will, brings in a plethora of ideas. For Disguise, you've got 3 core players from the X Knights roster. Coach and Steel, or Coach and Ocean, and the chemistry with Steel, both these teams should really have worked out all the issues. And I think, Gus, like you were saying with that Ascent issue, hopefully we don't see those, because Disguise and Mad Lions, there's so much to play for here.
So much. Again, you mentioned the tough schedule, but it's the bulk of it. In the next 2 weeks is M80 followed by the Guard, and essentially with this group, unless you're getting a win over M80 or the Guard, you're essentially looking at what is a best of 3 between 3 other teams, or excuse me, a best of 2 between the other teams in your group. So it's just a little difficult to even say, if you can't beat one of the unsigned teams in your group, if you can't beat Disguise, or you can't beat OR Esports, then there is just no way by the end of the season, or by the end of the split, that you're going to get in that 4th spot.
There is definitely significant pressure on Mad Lions here, because again, they're going into it like the thickest part of the schedule is Guard M80. We've been talking about that since the season started, and we'll be talking about that all group stage. The fact that these 2 teams ended up in the same group is somewhat tragic for everybody else.
Yeah.
But the Guard and M80 being back-to-back for so many teams is brutal. Disguised already played Guard. So, like, in a world where Disguised finds a win here, they're in a really good position, whereas Mad Lions is now down 0-2, going into back-to-back brutal matches against M80 and Guard. I mean, that's an 0-4 record potentially right off the rip. That's brutal. Now, it's not to say they're definitely going to lose those games, because even though we'll see them later today, I was not super impressed with M80. I thought that there was some inconsistencies there, pretty much similar to what we've seen from some of the other teams. Like I was saying before, like, teams take time to mesh. Yeah, they have all these players that come together and they're great, but it's certainly a pressure situation for Mad Lions. But I'm told that the agent select is ready, so we are just about ready to jump into our first map in the series. I'll give it to the Youngbloods. Take it away.
I'm very, very excited for this matchup. I'm excited to see some really good play from both teams. And like they said, I think we could go into overtime. I think we could be seeing that Decider. I think we could be seeing 3 different maps. I think it's going to be really interesting. It looks like Clear is going to be going on Raids. You got Angie. Angie, I don't know how to pronounce that. On Brim, we've got Ziv on Cypher, we've got Will on Raze, we've got Steel on on Brim, we've got Drone on Breach, we've got Exalt on KO, Trick on KO, Gangsta on Breach, and Zex Row on Killjoy. This is going to be a very, very intense matchup, and I'm pretty excited for it. So I'm going to turn up the music a little bit, so there's a little bit of background. All right, I'm very, very excited for this matchup. I'm very, very excited to see where this goes. Again, it's a very big game between Disguised and Mad Lion. I mean, it's going to be very intense. I think it's going to be really fun to watch. We're here on Fracture, which is what Mad Lion picked. And I'm expecting some really good play from Mad Lion. I'm expecting them to win these maps. I mean, these past few weeks, we've seen a lot of teams losing on their picked map. But I'm expecting Mad Lions to do well on Fracture, and I'm expecting Disguise to do well on Pearl. We've seen some really good Pearl gameplay from Disguise. We've seen some decent Fracture gameplay from Mad Lion. I'm also expecting some good counterplay. Like I said, I think this could be overtime matches. I think we could be seeing that third map. I think this is going to be a very intense matchup here. And starting off with Disguise on attacking side, they're going to be going, it looks like towards A, and it looks like we've got the Killjoy setup from Mad Lion over on B, and we've got 3 pushing in through Sat and 2 coming in through attacker side spawn. And we might see Will push out early, try and get a few picks. Nothing there, no damage done at all. And it looks like they're going straight in through that satellite, which only Angie is really watching. Clear does see Will. Will still doesn't notice, even with all those shots fired. And Clear's going to be able to get a kill on him. Drone trading that off. Ziv coming in and getting that kill. While Drone, I mean, these are shots being exchanged. Mad Lion's going to come out on top, though. It's a 1v2 for Gangster right now. It's going to be tough. He does have Spike, but he's expecting maybe a flank. Isn't completely out of the picture. They haven't seen Zexro. It is a possibility. It's going to be tough, though. Down on health with only 10 health left. Very strong pills around from both teams right off the bat. I mean, that was a good push on from Disguise, but they sort of got picked off a little bit. The trades weren't really there, and now Gangsta's left alone. He's actually going to be able to grab this spike. I think Mad Lion is trying to decide if they should be heading over to B. And now we're going to get that util out from Gangsta. And Gangsta's going to plant. Are they going to let him? They are. They're going to just let him plant. And shots are being fired through that wallbang. I mean, he's one wallbang away from death, so... And there it goes. Andrew with the headshot wallbang is going to finish off Gangsta. I mean, that was really tough for Disguised. They just weren't able to really kill as many as they wanted. And we did see that flank from Clear come in on Will, and he missed those first few shots. And then by the time he was able to get there, Will was already in the range of another player, and that was the end of Clear. I mean, he could have had a very good flank, and he didn't get to pan it out. And at that point, Angie just managed to take out so many more of the players. And just a really poor round from Disguised so far. They did manage to kill quite a few of the players, so the econ's not going to be great for Mad Lions, but it's not going to be bad. I mean, they full bot, both teams full bot. I think we're going to see the typical, you know, you win that first post round, you get 1 or 2 more rounds. I think that's what we're going to be looking at here. And we see Disguised coming in again with 3 on that sat push, and then 2 coming into that main. Gangsta able to get a good pick on Zexro. That's going to shut down all of that good Killjoy util they had on the site. And we're already going to get that plant from Steel. We do see Trick trying to shoot through that door, but not hitting anybody. Some really good smokes from Steel. It's just going to let them get on and plant, and now all they have to do is play post-plant. You see that Brim stim go down. Trick is going to be pushing in. It looks like flashing out main, able to spot Clear, who's getting flushed out and takes him out. And now it's up to Will. Gangsta able to kill him, but not before Steel is killed. It's a 3v3 now. Exalt there to take out Trick with the help. Exalt also taking out Drone. And Ziv taking out Angie's going to give Disguise that second round. I mean, I like I said, I thought it was going to be a Mad Lion victory after that first push round. They had the weapons. But no, that was actually going to be a really good econ round for Disguise now. They get some of those guns. They don't have to buy. I mean, that was a pretty good counter from Disguise, saying even though you have the money, we're still here. We're still here to play and show. No, we're not just gonna let this be a steamroll. This is going to be a very close game, and they showed that. Even down on econ, they were able to win that round. So I'm expecting some more good play from Disguised here, and some good play from Mad. We'll see how this goes. Okay, looks like a little bit of a B lurk, not pushing in too far. Most of them looking at that A main. We've got the spike on Gangsta looking down that A main, and now they're walking back. They're just hoping to see if they can get maybe a pick on somebody pushing out. Unfortunately, Madline is sort of expecting this. They've got 4 sort of near B. It looks like they're rotating more towards A now, but that sound is made, and they're just going to all push onto B. And looks like Disguise is going to be able to get on site. We do see that nade coming through. They're getting pushed off now. We do have Exalt in the heaven. Zextra ready for it, though. Takes him out, and that's going to be Disguise here to run. And there's a 4-man flank coming for them. I don't think they're going to be ready for it. Clear waiting for maybe a potential flank, but I don't think he's going to... Maybe he can get a kill here. He does have the better gun. He pops out, able to get that kill off on Angie with a drone just taking him out. Still able to take out Zextro, and that's going to even the player count. It's a 3v3. They know what most of the other players are coming in through that A main. I don't know if they know that there aren't still some coming through that defender side spawn, but they do know at least there's a few coming in through that A main, and we see DSG getting ready for it. We did have that trick door come in, and Gangster ready for it, and then Steel's going to take out Will. Gangster going to take out Drone, and that's going to be another round for DSG. Disguise, it's going to be a really, really good round for them. Again, taking the early lead here. Are they going to be able to turn this into some good momentum? They won that second round, used that bonus money, and turned it into some good momentum. They're down a little bit on money. We do see Ziv with a Guardian, but that could be a choice. And everybody has all their util, and now we're seeing the same from Mad Lion. Not all of their util had, but most of it. Will missing that boom bot. Just trying to save a little bit of money where they can. I mean, this is going to be a good round. Both teams have all of their util, all of their weapons, all of their shield. Hopefully this is some good play here. Okay, looks like we've got another big group of people flanking from Madline, coming into that play. They're coming from Satellite. Are they going to peek out and see Exalt who's waiting for them? They're actually expecting maybe for a little bit of a rotate. This guy's not going to give it to them, though. They're sort of sticking near that push onto B. Exalt there to see it, but Will, with the better trigger finger, going to take out Exalt. It's now a 5v4. It's going to be a little bit more difficult for Disguise to take this win, but Clear takes out Zextro. That's going to make it a 4v4. Trick able to kill Ziv. That Guardian just was not able to give him that win. Clear there, though, to take him out. Make it another 3v3. All of Mad right now in that defender side spawn. Looks like we've got 2 coming down through Can, and is this guy's going to be able to get the spike down? Looks like they're going for the plant. They're able, that flash comes out, though. Forces them off of that site, but Madline not able to kill anybody off that flash, and all 3 of them coming through that canteen, and that was a good concuss there from Gangsta. He's going to be able to catch in on it, getting 1 kill, and then we see that Brim ult come out, and it doesn't hit Will there. He takes a little bit of damage, but is able to back off, and that grenade's not going to flush him out. It's up to Will in a 1v2 situation, but Clear with that 4K is ready to take him out. Very good round from Clear. And Disguise is going to take that momentum. Now Madline is down on money. That was a full buy, and they didn't really have money saved, so now they're going to have to go on a save round. Just going to have Sheriffs, Stingers, whatever they can get. It's going to be tough for Madline now, moving forward. Disguise is now going to have some momentum. They may be able to win another round off of this. They want to carry this through. And just a reminder, this is Mad Lion's chosen map. So the fact that they're not doing the best right now, maybe it's just not their side. Maybe Defender side is just not theirs. And Disguise is going to take this attacking, and Mad Lion's going to try and cut back on the attacking, but we'll see. As Disguised looks to be pushing into B, but a very hard push out from Mad is gonna force them to back up a little bit. Clear able to get a pick on Zexer, though, and Steel able to take out Will. Shooting through that smoke, seeing if he can spray anybody, but nobody else is there. Are they gonna decide to push through B? We'll see. Madline did see that they were backing up and decided to put 2 on A, and we actually see Angie pushing out from that satellite spot. Disguise now coming into this B main. Watching that tunnel. Nobody's coming through it, though. I think they're going to be okay. Now they're going to be able to get on site, and nobody's watching this site. And we do have Trick on the arcade. Is he going to be able to get a pick here? He is. Trick able to take out Clear, but Exalt returning fire and trading that, and they have the numbers for that. He's going to take out Trick. It's a 2v4 now. Madline in a tough spot here in a 2v4 situation. 2 on that generator entrance. Trying to peek through, but Gangsta just shutting them down, taking them both out. Another really good round from Disguise. Securing their econ. Going to just boost them further, give them even more momentum. And now it's up to Madline now has money again. Now that they have all their util, are they going to be able to use it? Are they going to be able to effectively defend the sites? I don't know. I think Mad has been playing pretty aggressively with their playstyle, going for those 2 or 3 man flanks. We even saw a 4-man flank at one point. And Disguise is just playing together. They're playing very, very together. We rarely see one person being by themselves from Disguised, able to take it, you know, and deal damage. Disguised Ziff, though, by himself, right after I said that, in the back, is just going to get taken out by 4 of the Mad Lion members. But like I said, they sort of do that, like, big, large push, and now Disguise is going to have some room to get onto site, as Mad Lion is just not on site. Steel able to take out Will and Zexro, coming through that defender side spawn when they're just not expecting it. Clear watching that defender side spawn, but nobody's coming through there. Like I said, a big flank there, and a good big push from Madline on Ziff. It's forced them all off of their site, out of their spawn, and gave Disguise the advantage here, just getting onto site and getting that spike down. I mean, they don't have the spike down yet. They did have quite a bit of time, but Madline, seeing that the spike isn't down, is going to play back a little bit. They've got a 3v4. They're just trying to wait for that trick flank, maybe. Clear's still watching it pretty adamantly, knowing that there's been a lot of time. Gangsta now deciding to plant. Exalt engaging a little bit, taking some damage, dealing some damage. And we see Angie able to take out Clear from that defender side spawn. Gangsta able to take out that heaven push, though, and now it's a 2v3. Madline is once again down a player. Trick able to take out Gangsta, though, making it a 2v2. He's gonna ult and come through. Steel able to take out his ult, though, and now it's just Angie in the heaven. He's gonna get double peeked, and Exalt is going to take him out. That's gonna be another win for DSG on a full buy from Madline. That's not gonna be good. Disguised is just pushing through and dominating this competition. Madline only able to win that first pistol round, and now Disguise is just winning more and more and more. Madline wasn't even able to turn that first pistol round into a second round win, which we do usually see just because of that money advantage, but it didn't work out for them. Disguise was able to take them out, and they've had some pretty good momentum. Quite a lot of momentum just moving forward, and like now they're just able to sort of push. Like I said, Madline is doing this thing where they push out really, really aggressively on the defense, and it's just not working out for them. They were able to get a kill on Ziff last time because of it, but because they were pushed out on Ziff, they had to let Disguise get on site. They gave up the B site, and Disguise was just able to get on last round. And now they're sort of playing more aggressively again. We do see Zexro push quite far up into that satellite in case anybody's there. It's going to take them a while to rotate over to B where they're pushing in. Exalt already able to get a pick on Will and Trick, and now they're pretty much dominating this B site again. We see this again from Disguise. Exalt taking out Drone is going to be another big pick. Shooting through that smoke, make sure nobody's there. I mean, just look at his movement. Look at his line of fire is just insane. And everybody on Disguised is still alive while Mad is dead. That's gonna be a flawless round from Disguised again. Just another very, very powerful performance from Disguised. Honestly, this is beginning to look a little bit like the guard match we saw yesterday when the guard was playing against I can't remember. The guard was playing against I need to check because otherwise I'm gonna lose my mind. OR yesterday in the guard match against OR, they were dominating pretty harshly. I mean, I think the final score was for the first game was pretty bad. The guard, I think OR won one round, maybe two. And the guard just destroyed OR in that first game, and I think we're seeing that again here. I mean, just disguised with incredible attacker side. And Mad taking this time out, is anything going to change? Maybe their coach is going to tell them to maybe play more on site. Because, I mean, I think that's something I'm noticing. Mad is just not playing on site, and they push out too aggressively where usually disguised players aren't. And so they push out where disguised players aren't, and they just give up that site. And it's just not, it hasn't been working out for them. Now we're seeing this push that Disguised did the first and second round, where they're going to put 2 going through that main, and they've got 3 going through that satellite. Mad again, we see this this push out. Drone not playing super aggressively after hearing that boom bot, and he's gonna get spotted by that boom bot. We're gonna see that util coming from Steel, sorry, not Steel, Gangsta, as they're pushing through that satellite. I get that ultimate off, and are they going to be able to play and get some of those concusses off? I don't know. We see that Steel ult is going to take out Will, who is under. And Trick able to get 2 kills, though, on Steel and Exalt. Ziff able to fire back and take out Trick. Drone not getting a kill on Clear. It's a 3v2. Mad Lion has the advantage now. Gangsta's just going to push this defense, even though he knows there's so many players there. And he's able to take out Drone. He just needs to get rid... He wanted to get rid of that lockdown. Didn't work out for him. He was able to get a pick off of it, but then he was traded off. It's now a 1v1. Ziff is able to take out Zexro. Can he take out Angie here? In that defense, and is just ready for it. Ziff is getting taken out. That was not a very good round from Disguise. This time, after that timeout, Mad did learn to sort of play back on the side a little bit more, and they didn't let Disguise push on too heavily. Disguise was able to push in quite a bit, but not before Mad did some damage to the team. And after they gained that player advantage, Madline was just able to take over. Are we going to see Mad Lion able to continue this momentum and push forward further? We'll see. They are not in the best econ. They're having to, you know, not light, or sorry, they're having to light buy. They're not able to full buy. And we'll see how this plays out. Disguised, you've got pushing into B. They decided, you know what, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Coming back through, trying to push aggressively through that arcade. We do see Clear coming and fighting that Angie in Heaven, and he's able to take him out. Clear's just going to keep pushing off of this through that Heaven. Nobody else is on Heaven. We just have Zexro in that canteen, not really on site. Trick in that generator now. We're getting more of that player rotation from Mad onto B. We also see Will trying to anchor on A. We see Ziff taking out Trick from that main. It's going to be a really good pick. Again, Disguised in a 5v3 situation. Exalt taking out drones. Extra still in that canteen, just trying to maybe get a pick off. Prevent them from planting. We see that grenade go out from Will, keeping them off of that plant. Exalt just going to go back to planting. Steel with the flank on Will and Zexro is going to give them another flawless round in this first half. Just a really poor performance so far from Mad Lion, and it looks like when Disguise is on that B, they're just playing better. You saw Clear take out Angie. You saw Ziff take out Trick. You saw Steel with that flank. It was just a very good flank. Will stopped watching that flank a little too quickly, and from there it started to spiral downward. I mean, Mad Lion, they tried playing on site, didn't really work out. I don't know what they can do from here. Disguise is just starting to play a little bit better, and it looks like they're actually going to start peeking into B a little bit. We do see that knife from KO over on B, or sorry, I see them peeking into A. We see that knife from KO over on B. Just trying to, you know, get a feel for where everybody is. And again, we see this very aggressive push out from Mad Lion into that defender side. I mean, or sorry, attacker side, and now Disguise is gonna be able to get on site way faster because there's nobody really watching. I mean, they have the members over on that satellite, but they're sort of smoked off, and it's gonna be difficult for them to push onto site. And we're gonna see that spike down pretty early on. It's gonna be difficult. Mad needs to push onto site and get that spike diffused pretty quickly. They need to start pushing here, getting those kills. Are they gonna be able to do it? We see Trick trying to see any players, doesn't see them. Ziff able to take out Trick and Angie. And now, just kills being exchanged. Gangsta getting a kill. Ziff getting a 3k. Exalt taking out Will is going to be another flawless round. Just an incredible round from Disguise. And an incredible round from Ziff with that 3k. I mean, again, Mad Lion just pushed off of A, letting them get on. We do see that when Mad Lion sort of stays on A, stays more stagnant, and Disguise tries to push A, Mad Lion's able to hold their ground, but when they just push off of that site like that, Disguised is able to get on, and now we're going to see Disguised going back to that B push. Good, solid play. I mean, they've won most of their rounds on B. Most of the total rounds that they've won were on B, so it makes sense to go here. They've had a lot of good luck here. I think they've only ever lost on A, so we're seeing 4 of them push through this B main. Can Mad Lion play a little bit differently here? Again, we see that very aggressive Mad Lion push down that A main, just trying to see if they can get any picks. Trick, however, able to get that kill and clear. That's gonna be a really big peak on that entry frag. Ziff now sees Zexro, and Ziff's gonna win that exchange. He's trying to be the better sentinel here. We see a 4v4 now. They were able to even that player count. Disguised able to even that player count after that pick from Trick. But Trick able to take out Exalt is now going to give Mad Lion the advantage once again. Can they win a round here on B? Play better. Ziff able to take out Trick's ult. Gonna be a really big play there. Are they gonna be able to get Trick rezzed? He's inside of that smoke. It's a little dangerous. And we're seeing Ziff coming in from that flank. Is he going to be able to get a successful flank? He is. He's able to take out Angie. Still going to take out Trick and Will. It's a 1v3. And Drone just in that gen spot. Can he take out Ziff? He's getting flushed down by that ult from Steel. And Steel's going to catch in. Getting a 3k this round and taking out Drone. A little bit better play from Mad Lion. But Disguise was just able to hold their ground. Mad Lion's just not playing very well. Disguise is 1 round away from having a 10-2 advantage going into the second half, and it's going to be difficult for Mad Lion to come back from that. They want to maybe get one more round, giving them the best chance they can. But can they get that round? I don't know. It's been tough. They just haven't really been playing the way that they wanted to. It's going to be difficult here. It's going to be difficult for Mad Lion to come back. And just a reminder, this is Mad Lion's map. They chose this map, and they're just not playing that well. It's a little bit disappointing to see from them. I mean, maybe they can come back on Disguised chosen map of Pearl next game, and maybe we'll see that Decider map come out. And at this point, it looks like that's what Mad Lion is going to have to play for, because they're just not doing so well on this first half. Who knows? Maybe we'll switch halves and they'll be able to do better, but I mean, just their play style on the defense has been very aggressive and not really playing the best that they could. Finally deciding to play back into site a little bit more. Disguise not able to get those early picks that they can play off of. They're all going through that tunnel, and it looks like they're going to be coming from Arcade. We do have that alarm bot from Killjoy, and now they're going to know to watch Edgy in that heaven. Maybe he's going to peek out. We see the clear coming in with that entry frag with the Raze ult. Not able to get any kills. But Exalt with the Molly able to take out Angie in heaven. Zexro taking out Steel, but Clear trading that off. And now we see that ult from Will coming up, but Clear takes him out before he can use it. And that was a really big kill from Clear. Another kill on Drone. And now it's just up to Trick, who is pinged by that cam. It's gonna be difficult. He's flashed. Exalt there to finish him off is gonna win them that 12th round, giving them a 10-2 lead for Disguised. Very, very good game so far for Disguised. Mad Lion, I mean, this is their map. They're supposed to be doing better. We've seen this time and time again so far in Challengers, where teams just aren't doing as well as they should on their chosen map. It's almost like the teams they're playing against know how to counterplay what they're going to try and do on these maps. And we saw Mad Lion just play very, very aggressively on this defense, and it just did not pan out. Disguise able to counterplay that by just not being where they were pushing out aggressively and take advantage of those sites. And even when Madline was able to play back and play on those sites, Disguise was just able to outgun them, come in with those flanks that they weren't expecting, get those kills, use those ults to flush them out. Very, very effective play from Disguise. Madline only getting 2 rounds in that first half. Now we're going to see Madlines on this attacking. We saw them play very aggressively on that defense. Is it going to... Are we going to see that same aggression on this offense? Are we going to see them able to get those kills? And now we see Disguise with this pushing out into this through this A main, that 3-man flank, similar to what Madline was doing. And we see 4 of Madline going in through that arcade. We've got that 1 pushing in through main. Ziff able to take out Zextro, and Clear with that flank going to take out Trick. And now Exalt getting that pick on Will is going to give Disguise the advantage again. And Angie only able to get Exalt before Steel finishes the other 2 off. And that's going to lose only 1 player for Disguise in that first pistol round. Give them the immediate money advantage. Madline not able to win that pistol round like they did in the last half. Now Disguise just needs 2 rounds. And if they're able to take this bonus and win this next round, I mean, they're only going to be 1 round away, and and Madline's hope will have to be to get to that overtime at that point, which means even more struggle. Disguise has so much room to breathe right now. They've got room to take their time. They don't have to worry about playing aggressively and playing fast, trying to get those wins. They can just play back. They can play their time, maybe play a little bit riskier. They know that they can. Mad gonna just have to try and play aggressively so they can get those kills, but also safe. And Clear able to get that kill on Drone while Gangsta takes out Will. Angie able to get a kill on Clear, and that's just not going to be a good trade for them. Disguise able to take out 4 out of the 5 of Madline, only losing 1, and now it's just down to Zextro in a 1v4 with a Stinger. Is this going to work out? They might be able to get the spike. They get that spike, but Gangsta and Exalt, yeah, there to take him out. That's just not going to be a good second round for Madline. Do they have the money to buy now? Not really. I mean, Disguise is just playing super well. Disguise has this momentum from that first half, that good mental fortitude, and Madline just doesn't have that. And now they're down 2-12. They are 1 round away from taking this loss. Disguised very, very close to taking this first game. We're gonna see Madline pushing this A again. We saw it in the second round, and it didn't work out for them, and it looks like they're just gonna try and push down that main again. Clear waiting for them. We do see that util though coming out from Drone, and it's gonna be effective. Will still able to get that kill off on Steel though, as Steel pushes out pretty far into the main. Will able to get that kill on Steel. Zextro taking out Clear, Exalt taking out Zextro. Madline does have the advantage right now. It's a 4v3. Disguise was pushed out pretty far, and it didn't work out for them. Madline firing through that smoke, getting a few good shots on Exalt. Exalt just looking for maybe a pick or 2. Some shots through that smoke. Exalt's in dangerous water. He doesn't know when that smoke's going to go down. Picks through. Will there to take him out. Gangsta taking out Will. These trades are just not good for Disguise. They need to be up players right now while they're trading, and they're just not. It's a 2-12 score right now. Madline up 1 player. The spike is down, using as much of their util as they can. Disguise gonna have to play this 2v3. I mean, they're 1 round away from winning, but they do have a little bit of safety. They don't have to win this round. It's okay if they lose for them, because they do have that momentum. They do have some of that money, and we're seeing these trades happen. It's a 1v1 now, though, and Gangsta able to take out Trick is gonna win Disguise that first round after just 3 rounds in that second half. Disguise able to take the first game, a very, very big first game from Disguised. I do want to take a look and see what Disguised Toast is saying, the owner of Disguised. Let's see what he has to say.
Even if, and that's a big if, they had won that map there.
Ooh, Gangsta's on one today.
I don't know how the rest of this year's would go. Would we have seen a comeback? I seriously doubt it. Disguise from top to bottom in this first map played exceptionally well, and there were no questions about, or there were questions I have to say, but there were none after this one. Okay, are there mistakes going to be made? No mistakes here on Fractured.
I mean, that was just some incredible play there from Team Disguise. We saw Gangsta, we saw Clear. They both really pulled through. I mean, we were expecting Clear to do well. He's done well. Previously, I mean, he did kind of well in that match against the Guard, but we were not really expecting Gangsta to do as well as he did, and he really took it off. I do want to take a listen to what they have to say.
And Mad Lions, again, for the future of this tournament, they need this win because they face the 2 best teams in their group for the next 2 weeks. So let's see what happens after the break again with map number 2.
All right, a little bit of a break there. I do want to once again sort of go over the way that this tournament is going to work. So I'll go ahead and pause it here. So the way that this works is we just went through the open qualifier. We went through the last chance qualifier. 6 teams from that qualified for Challenger, and 6 were invited directly. And now they're all competing together in this first split. The top 8 teams are going to get to play in the mid-season invitational for even more points. You earn points by winning. That's pretty simple. That's how it works. The top 8 teams are going to go to these mid-season invitational to win more points. Then all 12 teams are once again going to be competing in Split 2, trying to get that top 8, because those top 8 get to go to the playoffs. There's going to be a double elimination bracket-style tournament. The top 2 from that go to the Ascension tournament, and the winner of that gets to go to Tier 1 gameplay in the international, in the international field. It's going to be pretty crazy. Everybody's sort of expecting the Guard to make it, and they're proving that they can. They're playing very, very well so far. We do still, not to say that we're not seeing any good gameplay from other teams like M80. People are expecting M80 to do very well. M80 has been playing well. They did lose a round to OR Esports, or they lost a game to OR Esports last week, so they're not at the top of the top like the Guard is. The Guard is just really, really high up there. And I mean, so far in this matchup specifically, with Disguise against Mad Lion, it's just been, it's been some really good gameplay from Disguise. I mean, I went into this saying I don't think Disguise is gonna win, but they're having a really good game. I mean, this is a very winnable game now. I'm starting to change my opinion. I thought Mad Lion was gonna win. I thought maybe Disguise was a little too hyped up, but they're proving that they can win this, and they're showing that they do want to win, and they destroyed Mad Lion. I mean, like I said, it looked like the Guard playing against OR yesterday when the Guard just dominated OR. I mean, that first game looked a little bit like Disguised, where they sort of were just like winning round after round after round, and OR wasn't really able to break that win streak. Same sort of thing happened here. Disguised just won round after round after round. After that first pistol round in the first half, where Mad Lion got a win, this guy just didn't stop winning. I mean, they lost maybe two more rounds, but it wasn't enough for Mad Lions. They needed 13, and they only won 3. Disguised was able to pick up quite the win. Very, very good. I'm going to go ahead and look at the Twitter to see if we can get any good clips. That happened. It looks like we've got... Looks like we've got 2. All right, we're gonna go ahead and take a look.
Off the raise, maybe onto maybe an agent that they could take more space with. But so far, they're just letting Mad Lions pretty much waltz into them. They let time go by. They met likely no.
There's that 3K from Exalt. Very impressive. Got this clip as well.
Almost doing the exact same thing. That's why some of these players are hunting Ziff.
That incredible 3K from Ziff, who just held down that defense-sided spawn. Very, very good play from Disguised so far. I'm very, very impressed with how well they were able to do. And quite frankly, I'm surprised they've done this well. I do want to take a look once again at what Disguised Toast had to say. Go ahead and take a listen here.
Gangsta and Steel, man. You know things are good when Gangsta and Steel. Because normally it's Clear and Exalt that's top frag. Every time Steel is like top fragging, it's like it's a good time.
Yeah. I mean, so far just some incredible play, and I do want to take another listen at what the commentators have to say about that game.
I am kind of at a loss of words here, Sully, because we were talking about this. This should be a close series. This should be pretty good. But no, Disguise just comes out swinging. 13-2, they crushed Mad Lions. It wasn't even close.
No, they got the exact same treatment that they dished out to TSM
Exactly.
on that first map. So let me think about this. Let me like put my tinfoil hat on. It's actually going to be a 2-1 in favor of Mad Lions based on what happened last week. No, the thing is that TSM had spoken. They said that was our warm up map. We didn't warm up before. That's why we got destroyed. No. Mad Lions just got ganked. Like there was no opportunity for them at all in this
How
map.
old are
Like
you?
it was so it was
All right,
it was not
hold on.
painful to watch, but it was rotch.
We need to clarify that you were talking about that specific word before the game, before we came to the desk, and you
Yeah,
were asking for definition, and I'm still not convinced you used it correctly, but go for
Did I
it.
not? Well, okay. The context we said was they got flanked, and that was probably one of the key things. I'm gonna
That's
I'm gonna work it back into this definition. Ganked to me means they got flanked, got stabbed in the back. That's kind of what happened, right? I felt multiple times in this map there were a lot of gaps for Mad Lions, and I am gonna say Fracture I feel is a hard
Yeah.
map to defend. I think especially with a style like Disguise, it was very apparent though that the way Clear was playing, the way Steel was, there were multiple times.
I mean, Disguise was just able to fight back against whatever Madline did. Madline wasn't able to. I mean, Madline was playing very aggressively on that defense, pushing out quite far. And like I said, oftentimes there weren't players from Disguised where they were pushing out very far. And even if they did manage to pick off one or two from that push out, they weren't able to carry that to the round win. Oftentimes, Disguise was just able to play better. We saw Gangsta play incredibly. He's the match MVP. Just a really insane 17-4 KD with 295 combat score is pretty crazy. Steel also had a very good round, going 15-5. And overall, I think all of the players on Disguise had a very nice game. I mean, Ziff, we saw with that incredible 3K locking down that defender-sided spawn on that one clip. We saw Exalt with a few 4Ks. We saw Clear just playing incredibly as well. And of course, Gangsta having an incredible game. I mean, just overall, I was very shocked and surprised with Disguised. I was very surprised because, like I said, and I said I thought it was going to be close, but I did think Mad Lion was going to come out on top. Disguise said nope. Mad Lion is not it. We are better, and Disguise definitely does need to win something because after their game last week where they just got destroyed in a 2-0 loss, they don't have a lot of points. They were down quite a few points, so they needed to destroy Mad Lion here, or sorry, do well against Mad Lion, get some wins, get some game wins under their belts. They can get some more points and get themselves back up into the ranking, get themselves back into the game of challengers. They're doing that. They're saying, yes, we are actually a good team. The Guard was just the first team we went up against, and they're really, really good. Disguise wants to defend themselves against that, absolutely destroying Mad Lion here.
Isolated tower. I don't even think that they were put in positions to frag. And if you want them to frag, it's 1v like 3 on the entry. And that was something Disguise abused multiple times on that B site. So I just felt for Mad Lions on their side, it was a really big disconnect between these players. It didn't look like any of the mistakes that were made between that second and third map were fixed up. And one thing you have to note is Will was just not apparent at all. And we had that graphic of Will when he wins, Will when he loses. Well, that map was when Will loses.
One of the things we do need to take into consideration is it's not over. It's a best of 3, so there's still another map. There's still an opportunity here, and we'll take a look at the map pool again, just so you guys get a refresher.
I do want to say, I think the fact that that was Mad Lion's chosen map really says how this next game might go. I mean, I'd be shocked. I'd be absolutely shocked if Disguise did lose on Pearl. I mean, it's their chosen map. We saw them play very, very well in those open qualifiers on Pearl. And so if they aren't able to play well, I'd be very, very shocked. To be fair, though, we saw Mad Lion play pretty poorly on their chosen map, so I'm not like super. I wouldn't be surprised if Disguise lost, but I do think if Mad Lion does win, it's going to be very, very close. I mean, quite frankly, they're going to have to just play very, very well. I mean, Disguise just did not have. They didn't have a stop. They just kept going. They kept steaming through. Mad Lion just wasn't there to stop them. Mad Lion couldn't do it. They every time they tried or got close, I mean, they won a few rounds, but I mean, they just could not pick up any momentum. And Disguised, even after losing some rounds, they just maintained that momentum and carried it through, winning all 3 of the first rounds in the second half to take them to that victory.
Played really well because they put a lot of emphasis on that mid position at times, and that mid position helps manipulate that map so much. I mean, mid on Pearl is very, very crucial in Disguise. They put a lot of emphasis on that. They will have a player lurking out towards B. So I just feel that this second map of Pearl, a map they have never lost so far for Disguise, it's rough to see a world where Mad Lions, based on the performance, and I think honestly just individually, where they can come back and compete at that level against a team like Disguise, who are on fire given that first map.
Mind, let's be fair though, storyline-wise, we've talked about it since week 1. Teams coming out, upset, lost in map 1, or maybe a map pick goes your opponent's way. We've seen that a lot. So there is still a chance that this could be their map. Like, we don't want to paint it so grimly, but it does seem difficult. I'm trying to find hope here for Mad Lions, because it does feel like the chips are kind of stacked against them.
Yeah, a little bit. I'll just give some broad statistical hope against Shopify, of course, a team that we saw is kind of mortal to this type of team. Just yesterday, they actually ended up taking them. The distance still was a loss, but it was 13-11 on Pearl. But also, we haven't seen Pearl be played from this team in almost 3 months. So legitimately, I just have no expectations. I mean, if there's ever a map that Mad Lions can just surprise us and just be good on, it's going to be a map that they've kept in their back pocket. But to me, at least, this just has to go down the way of Disguise, purely because they themselves have been very dominant on this map.
Yeah.
It's also important to note, Disguise put up a good amount of rounds in their first match against the Guard. Now, I know that you're going to look at it and be like, well, they still lost. It was like 13-9, 13-5, if I'm not mistaken. They lost 2-0, sure. There is potentially a world where that is one of the best performances against the Guard all season long outside of M80. Because when you look at the groups, the way
compared to just like the way, I mean, Disguise just, they had a very interesting performance against the Guard. Obviously, they didn't play the way that they wanted to, but they also played better than I think people were expecting. I mean, nobody's really expecting anybody to do incredibly against the Guard except for maybe M80. But I mean, OR won a game against M80, so we're starting to look at maybe a world where the Guard is just dominant here. And Disguised did have a pretty decent performance against them. I mean, there's a world in which Disguised does pretty well against the Guard and continues to do well. Now we're going to look at the agent select, and we're going to start to take a look here. We do have Clear on Viper, Ziff on that Killjoy, once again taking that Sentinel role. We've got Angie on... Angie, I still don't know how to say that. Ange on Astra. We've got Will on that Raze. We've got Steel on Astra. We've got Drone on Fade. We've got Exalt. Yeah, we've got Exalt on Killjoy. We've got Trick on Killjoy. I'm saying Killjoy. We've got Exalt on KO. We've got Trick on KO. We've got Gangsta on Fade. We've got Zexro on Killjoy. Gensing, Zexro on Killjoy, and now Ziff on Killjoy too. Lots of similar picks. The only difference being, it looks like they picked all the same, except for Viper and Raze. We've got Disguised going for a more controller-heavy setup, where it looks like Mad's going to be playing more aggressively, which is what we saw last game, was a more of a very aggressive defense. Actually, we saw an aggressive defense from both teams. Obviously, we didn't really get to see Disguised defense, just the way things went. Maybe we'll get to see it more here. We'll have to wait and see. Now we're looking at Disguise on the attacking. Looking like they're going to push into B. Obviously, they do have Astra sort of pushing into that A main, and they've got their Killjoy, Ziff playing a little bit mid. They've got Fade a little bit mid too. But we do see that KO knife going down. There's going to be a detection there. Now we're just waiting. We're waiting for Disguise to make some moves. We do see their Astra sort of pushing, and we get their Fade coming out of that mid. Gangsta coming more towards the main now, and it's just Ziff watching that flank. Drone pushes out, but takes more damage than is dealt, dealing no damage, taking 50 health. Not going to be great, and it looks like Ziff might just start rotating more towards B off of that, as the rest of Mad Lion does as well. Exalt able to get that kill on Zexro very early on. Trick taking out Exalt though, but still there to take out Trick. And now we're starting to see those trades, which Mad Lion can't afford. They're down. They're down a player, 3v4. If Disguise just can trade some players here, I mean, they can get a good round here. Will able to get a kill though before, and not getting traded off of that. So now it's a 3v3. Still down on health for Mad, with that Drone being down 50 health. And now we've got Ziv facing up against Ange, and it's just not great. Taking quite a bit of damage, down to 4 health. Mad and Will and Ange able to, sorry, Will and Ange and Will again able to get some more kills. They were down a player, but they came back, and Will's gonna get a 3K, a very, very nice run from Will. We did, with the commentators did say before this matchup that Will and that Will plays very, very well when they're winning, and then not so great when they're losing. And we did see last game he wasn't playing very great when they were losing, and now maybe he's starting to play better. Maybe this is going to be that win from Mad Lion that they were looking for. But it should be said that last game they did win that first pistol round, and then Disguised just got some momentum and didn't stop winning. So we'll see if this is another repeat of that, if Disguised can get this second round here, or if Mad is going to be able to use their money and their bigger guns, better guns to win some more rounds. We'll see. Looks like we've got a mid push coming in from Disguise. Looking at that B hall, or sorry, that B link from Trick. We do see Clear peeking into Art though, not seeing anybody. And it looks like Disguise, after triggering that alarm bot, backs off and more towards Art. Still 2 on A, and it looks like we do have Ange pushing back more towards B into that defender side spawn, watching that push from mid. Trick able to make some contact, seeing them. No shots hit though. Now Mad is being pushed back into that dugout. And Disguised trying to push into that Art push, firing through that smoke, but it looks like they're going to be playing back. They've got 40 seconds. They need to make something happen. Are they going to start pushing in? We do have Steel looking at main now. Will about a peek. Still just kind of stuck in that dugout. And we do see Exalt pushing out, getting that kill on Will. Trick trading him off, though, getting that kill. It's going to be a 4v4. Trick now able to pick up that gun. Gets hit a few times, not able to fire. Oh, gets shot, now only has 12 health, but not before taking out Zip. And his extra taking out Steel. Gangsta taking Trick out, though, knowing he's low on health. It's a 3v2 right now. Mad Lion with better guns definitely has an advantage right now. Can Disguise win this anyway? We'll see. They go for that defuse. We'll see how Disguise decides to play this. They've got, I mean, they're just going to be able to defuse here. I mean, Drone's able to get that kill on Gangsta. Clear's able to take out Drone, but Ange is just going to retaliate, take out Steel, and that's going to be the end. That's going to be the end of that game. Or sorry, of that round. And Mad Lion is now up 2-0. They were able to use that money and win a round, which we did not see last game. After that first pistol round, Disguise just kept winning to gain some momentum, which Mad Lion could not. Maybe we'll see Mad Lion starting to win more rounds here. We do start to see money now from both teams, though, so it's going to be a little bit vicious now. This playing from both sides. We'll see how they play, and we get Will looking at that Art, but there are some people mid, but they're not really looking at peeking Art, and they've spiked more towards that B side. Gangsta looking at that B connector. Throwing that dog down, throwing that prowler through, doesn't get anybody, and Exalt's going to start pushing into that defense side. Takes out Will, good pick from them, and they're just going to back up. They're going to back up, and it looks like they're going to go down main. Trick able to take out Claire, that's going to even the player count. Now it's a 4v4. Not before Trick takes a little bit of damage. And it's just Steel now in main, not going to push out, wait for their team. Going to get hit by that KO knife now, though. And Steel able to take out Trick, who was low on health with that headshot. And now it's just Zexro on site right now, watching this, as 3 of the players Ziff there to get a little bit of a lurk, takes out Drone before Ange trades that off. Not a trade that Mad can afford, though. Now they're down a player still, 2-3. It's going to be a 2v3, and Gangsta able to take out Zexro as those smokes drop, and it's Ange now going to push the connector, able to take out Exalt. It's a 1v2 right now for Ange, able to lower it a little bit, but Gangsta just there to take him out, and that's going to be that first round win from Disguise. It's gonna, maybe, can they start getting that momentum? We're going to see if they can start gaining that momentum that they could not gain in that, or sorry, we're going to see if they can gain that momentum back that they had in the previous game. Mad Lion just trying to get that momentum on their side. Alright, are we back? It looks like we are. Sorry about that. Let's get back in. Alright, it looks like I didn't miss much though. This round is still happening. And this guy's now pushing in. And this guy's just holding this down, able to take out Trick. They're gonna even that score now. Again, like I said, once they get those guns, it looks like they're just gonna be able to maintain that lead. Are they gonna be able to carry this through? Is this going to be a round that is just dominated by them? We'll have to see. Alright. The score is 2-2 right now. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult for Mad Lions to stop this momentum that this guy is gaining, because we do see once this guy starts getting that momentum, I mean, like last game, maybe they'll just keep carrying it. We'll see though. We do see this guy is pushing down B. They've got that wall from Viper that just goes up as soon as they're pushing. They take out that turret, and now Mad Lions knows that they're there, but there's only one player on, and they're sort of in that hall. They've been pushed out a little bit. We get that ult from KO. Is Exalt going to be there to take out Zexro? Looks like Zexro might be able to back off into CT before Exalt can spot them. And now Steel coming, just crossing. I mean, they got that spike down, and now they're just going to play long. I mean, really, that's all they have to do. Mad Lion is going to have to play a little bit weirdly here. It's a tough push. We do see that flash from both KOs through that wall, and it works out for Exalt, not for Trick. Finally turning around and getting that trade off. Gangsta taking Will with that ult taking out Gangsta. Ziff taking out Trick, but not before his extra trades it off. It's 2v2 right now. Player count is even. Drone able to take out Clear. Not before Steel takes out Zexer though, and Drone takes out Steel. And that's going to win the round for Disguise. Even though Mad Lion was able to take out all of the players, they just did not have the time for that spike. That was unfortunate for Mad Lion. Disguise got that spike down pretty early into the push, and then from there, Mad had to play very, very fast and aggressively, and Disguise was just able to keep them off that spike. Looks like now Disguise is going to push into A. They put that wall down on B, so that way maybe Mad will know to play sort of over there. Maybe they'll be able to bait them out a little bit. But it looks like Mad isn't taking the bait. They've got 2 watching Art and 1 watching that A main, and Disguise is going to push in hard and fast. And we see Steel coming in, just firing, trying to get through that smoke. They did do quite a bit of damage to Ange, but it's not going to pay off. Not going to be able to cash out and take them out, and we do get that lockdown going down. It's going to force them off of the site. Disguise is going to be able to get on and plant. Big for them. Exalt's now going to start planting. Going to be able to get it down. Mad playing 2 in A main while they've got, it looks like maybe even Ziff is going for a little bit of a flank or going through secret. Sees Zexro, able to take him out. Drone does take out Steel though, but Gangsta and Exalt just killing and killing and killing. Both Gangsta and Exalt getting a 2k. Really good round for both of them, and Disguise is just maintaining this momentum. It's exactly what we saw last game. I mean, Mad won, you know, the pistol round, and then this game was a little bit different. They were able to carry a little bit of momentum and get that second round. But now Disguise is once again just carrying momentum. Once they have those guns, I mean, they just haven't been able to be stopped by Mad Lion. Even when Mad Lion did kill all of the players, Disguise just played time so well that Mad Lion couldn't do anything about it. We do see Steel top fragging. Once again, in those top 2 frags, just doing incredible this game. Once again with a 7-4 KD on Astra. We do see Will playing better, being one of the only 2 positive players on Mad Lion, but still not great. It's still not good enough. I mean, Will's not, you know, Will was supposed to, you know, play really, really well, and we did see that when he does well, his team wins. And now that we're starting to see him play better, I mean, you'd expect maybe he could win, but he's not there. He's not taking that win. We're actually going to see Steel on the operator now. We'll see if he can get some picks with that, you know, really continue this momentum. It could be big for Mad Lion, though, if they're able to take out Steel and get that operator from them. But we'll see. Disguised pushing into A. They've got Steel with that operator. We'll see if that Astra ult comes out this round. Steel pushing up with that op, peeking around. See if they can see anybody. Doesn't see anybody. And are they going to see Trick or Angie as they push out? Doesn't look like it. Backed up. And Ange is able to kill Steel while he's blind. Not able to get that op shot off. Gangster trading it, though, and getting that op back. Trick going to take out Exalt, who's pushed up a little too far with that spike. And now Mad has the spike down. Gangster able to get it back, though. And it looks like he's just going to back up. Mad Lion did have a good little momentum there, and that ult came out from Trick, but just with such a low health, he backed up a little bit, and Gangsta able to take out his ult with that operator. It's gonna be a really big play. We do have that flank from Drone coming in, no Killjoy util active. And Ziff was just not ready for it. Gangsta able to take out Trick, or sorry, Trick's ult is now dead though. That's going to give Disguised one player down, but it's a 3v2 right now. Disguised is going to have to climb out a little bit. They have that ult Gangsta's holding, or sorry, that op that Gangsta's holding, but had just been playing really well. Clear able to take him out. They've got 10 seconds. They need to get that spike on and start planting. And we get that lockdown coming out. They're just going to have to plant and take the hit, it looks like. Are they going to be able to get out in time? They are. And we get that ult coming out from Gangsta. Oh, Zextra with the flank on Gangsta. Just going to be able to take him out. Clear. Gonna just have to hold this spike in a very weird spot from Secret. Able to take out Zextra, but now just doesn't have the health. The Drone going to take Clear out, and it's going to give Mad Lion the win. Now they're starting to come back a little bit. Disguise had a 4-round win streak. Mad Lion only winning 2 rounds, the first 2 rounds, because it looked like just because they had more money in those first 2 rounds. But it looks like Disguised is now just going to take that loss. Maybe they'll just continue to run through after this. We'll see. Mad Lion was able to get 1 round though. That may be the round that gives them the momentum to continue. Mad Lion doesn't have good econ though. They took that loss. Sorry, they took a big player hit, and now they just don't have the econ to buy very well. They're gonna have to light buy this round, save. Whereas Disguise still has money to buy and push through, and that might be the difference here that continues to give them that momentum to get through a round loss. They get that flash out from Exalt. Nobody's there though. We do see a smoke. Neither team has ops now. And it looks like Ziff is just watching that push out. Are Will and Angie going to push at the same time? It doesn't look like it, but it doesn't matter because Ziff's not able to take out Angie. Angie's going to take out Ziff with that ghost. Exalt taking out Drone. They did lose their Sentinel. And now it's a 4v4. We do get that ult from Exalt, but Trick just takes him out. Clear trading that off, and they may just be able to res it. They may just be able to res Exalt. Rezextro coming through, taking out that Viper ult. Exalt going to be able to get res, though. And he's going to take out Zextro. A big res there with his ult. Exalt taking out Will. And it's now just down to Andrew coming through that connector. Exalt's not going to expect it. Andrew's going to take him out. That spike down, though. They got to push. I mean, they just don't really have a lot of time. Going to smoke off and tap the spike, hoping that they'll reveal their position. But they just don't. And now they're tapping. They're sticking it, looks like. Steel there to take them out, though. Gonna take them out. This guy's gonna get another win, and that's what I said. This guy just has the momentum. After that 4-1 win streak, even though they took a loss, they just still had such a strong economy that they could just buy again. And now they're gonna continue to buy moving forward, it looks like. And continuing to gain that momentum. Mad Lion just not able to play against that. If Mad Lion wins, they need to have all their players alive, because when they take those player hits, they just don't have the money. And they decided to save. Now they're all gonna be. They should all be able to buy this round. But will it matter? Will Disguise already have gained enough momentum to just continue to dominate this first half? we'll see. I mean, we're seeing a little bit of a repeat from what we saw last game, where Disguise is just doing really, really well in that first half. We may see an 0-2 victory here for Disguise. We'll have to wait and see. It looks like Trick holding that main on A with Will. Exalt just going to push in and take out Trick, though. And now it's down to Drone and Will to hold it, but we get that Astro ult, and Exalt is just going to play through that. Still holding it with a shorty, it looks like. Nobody's going to push through that, and Disguise is just going to be able to get on and plant. Clear in mid, going to get taken out by End, so that's going to even the player count. It's a 4v4, but Madeline has to play retake, and the time is ticking right now. The spike has already been planted. Madeline is going to have to play pretty harshly and fast. We do see that Astro ult go down, blocking off that Mei, and Steel taking out Zexro. Steel also taking out Drone, and with the 3k, and it's now just a 1v3, which Will can't win. Ziv taking them out. A really, really good round we see from Steel with that 3k. Another good play from the top frag, and it's now 3-6. Disguise has 6 rounds in this first half. Madeline just needs to win 3 to tie it up. That's what they're hoping for. But Disguise has so much momentum right now. They've just got the money to continue going. Even when they lose players, they get that money. Even if they lost a round, they still had enough money to continue. Whereas Madeline, who lost players and won the round, just because of that loss of players, didn't have the money to continue that momentum. And Disguise was just able to take back that lead and continue to win rounds. Madeline only winning those first 2 pistol rounds and winning one round since then. And they weren't able to turn it into anything. And Disguise is just continuing to win. We may be looking at a 3-9 going into the next half. We'll see, though. Gangsta coming in through that mid with the spike. Looking in. Not going to see anybody. Trick able to take Steel out very nicely. And going to take some damage for it. Doesn't matter. Able to get back. Nobody's able to cash in on that damage dealt. And they're going to be pushing into B. I think Madeline knows this. You do see 3 of them sort of hovering near B. We've got 2 in that connector. We're about to see this Viper wall go up while they push in, it looks like. And yep, that Viper wall goes up. Exalt pushing them back from that hall, and they're just going to get on and start planting. We do get that Swarm down to try and force them off, but that Spike's going to get down. Swarm's going to do quite a bit of damage to Gangsta, considering it is just a Swarm. Exalt taking out Drone, but Will and Zexro firing back. Ziv able to trade. The player count still even. Exalt able to get the person in front of the turn around with that flick and take out Zexro as well. It's a 1v2 now for Trick. A very, very nice play. All Trick has is 20 health. Ziv just going to wallbang Trick. And that's going to be an incredible round for Disguise. Just an incredible, incredible play from Exalt. That was insane with that double kill towards that end. A 3k overall for Exalt. You're going to see this, just that kill on Will and then turning around and getting that kill on Zexro. It just wasn't close for Madeline. And now Disguise officially has that advantage going into the second half. And they want to make it a 9-3 advantage. They want to make it as big of a gap as they can. Make it as hard as possible for Madeline to come back. I mean, we saw Disguise win all 3 of the rounds in defense last time, and that's what took them to the victory. Madeline didn't win a single round once they were on attacking. Maybe we'll see that again. Maybe we'll just see Disguise get as many points as they can here, and then just win every single round in the next half. We'll have to wait and see, though. Looks like Drone gonna be able to get a pick on Exalt. Will as well killing Ziv, sorry. And now it's a 5v3. Disguise down a little bit. Madeline does just want to get as much of an advantage. Maybe get a 5-7 advantage, or 5-7, not advantage, but lessen the advantage that Disguise has. And it's going to get double peaked here. He's going to be able to take out a Gangsta who's just low on health. Not able to take out Gangsta, but is able to take out Steel. Will going to take out Clear, and Gangsta going to get that 3k. That was a flawless run from Madeline. A very good show. And they didn't lose any of their guns. We did see after that first win, after those first 2 rounds from Madeline, they weren't able to continue that momentum because a few of them had died and they didn't have the money for the guns. But now, because they all survived in a flawless round, they're going to have the money to continue going. They're not going to have to turn it into a save round. GSU's going to take that time out. They want to make it a 4-8. Madeline looking for that 5-7, giving them a little bit of a lessened blow moving into the next half. Disguise just wanting to win this round. They're taking one of their timeouts. Pretty good idea. Strategize, see how they can effectively win this round. they do not want to go to that decider because they just want to dominate this performance. I mean, they want to get as much points as possible. They lost 12 points after that match with the guard, making it a negative 12. If they do win a 2-0, they could just go straight back up to an even score and not be the worst players, not be in that bottom 4, show that they are going to be here just after these first 2 weeks. Having a pretty decent performance against the guard despite losing both games, and now playing pretty aggressively and pretty well here against Mad. We'll see if they can continue to play well.
Not the worst halves here for Mad Lions. To force Disguise to go into a timeout as well kind of shows the adaptations are working.
Alright, the timeout ending, and it looks like Disguise gonna be pushing more towards B. We see that spike on Exalt gonna go through mid. A little bit interesting here. We're gonna see how they play. After that timeout, we'll see if they can secure this win. Both teams have all of their guns, all of their armor, all of their util. Going to be a very passionate round. Exalt with the ult. It is the last round. Everybody's going to be trying to ult here. Matt has 2. Disguise also had 2. Exalt using his right now. And now we're seeing that attacker Killjoy lockdown go down, forcing them off of B. Going to let them get that plant and just play long. Are you going to see some kills exchanged here? Doesn't look like it, and we do see that counter lockdown go down. Are we going to see that Ray's ult come and shoot it down long, maybe try and get that kill? We do. We see that ult come out. Zextra getting a kill on Steel. Will not able to use that ult. Gangsta taking out Will. Ange taking out Exalt. Ziff taking out Trick. Zexro and Ange getting kills, but the defense was just there to defuse. These guys couldn't stop them. They were able to get those kills. A very nice round from Mad Lion, and they were able to make it a 5-7, giving them just a little bit less into a blow. Disguise does still have the advantage going into the second half, but only by 2 rounds. They were looking for that 8-4. They were looking for that 9-3, a big advantage going into this second half, but they're just not going to have it. They're going to have to play very well defensively. They don't have very much room to breathe. It's going to be a little bit more difficult of a defense than they probably would have liked after a very good first like 10 or so rounds. They just couldn't win those last few rounds. Mad Lion just able to take them, and now Mad Lion's going to be attacking. We're going to see how they play. We've got 3 of Disguised over on A main, and they're going to push out pretty aggressively, looking for a pick. Nobody's there. There's nobody for them to pick off, but Mad Lion is actually starting to rotate towards that side. We see Trick with the spike pushing mid, and we see that peek out from Ange and some shots fired. Get them that orb, and now they're just going to back up. Watch A, watch mid better. We do have a lot of Mad Lion on mid, but we actually do see 2, Trick and Ange with the spike, are going to be pushing more towards A. And yeah, it looks like Trick is just going to be pushing into A, while 3 of the Disguised members push that mid. Zexra and Drone able to get some kills there. They're going to give them a 1-player advantage. It's going to be 4v3 as they push into A and get ready to plant. Can Disguise push back and play a good retake? We'll see. With only 3 players, it's going to be a little bit difficult. Mad Lion has some room to play a little bit more aggressively, like we do know they like to play. What's Disguise going to do? Disguise waiting a little bit to push. We do see Steel coming in through that A main, putting that smoke up. Are they going to be able to take out Trick here? Trick able to get that shot off. Clear able to take out Drone, who just didn't look like they were ready. Steel also able to take out Trick. Gangsta taking out Will, and it's just Ange for a 1v3. None of Disguise members were killed. Able to take out Clear, but Steel just got to finish Ange off with a 3K in this round. It's going to give him that first pistol round. Is it? It is, with 0.24 seconds remaining. They're going to take that win. It's going to be a 5-8 score. Disguise should be able to transfer that money into another win. We see that Disguise typically does better once they have guns, and they're going to be able to turn this into some guns here to hopefully play better. We've seen a very good game so far from Steel, who is going 14-8 right now. All but Clear on the Disguise team are having a pretty decent game, all being positive. Mad Lion's just not having a very good game. We do see Ange with a pretty good game of 14-9. Same amount of kills as Steel on the enemy team, but just not playing as well. And overall, the players are not doing as well. We're looking at Mad pushing in through mid. They do need to be careful because Disguise does have better guns and they know how to use them. And now they're going to be pushing Ziff through this B connector. Or not, they're going to go through to Art. That's what it looks like. There is the Killjoy turret there. And now Disguise does know that they're there. We see Gangsta back up a little bit, go through with that Prowler, and still Madeline backing up a little bit. And we see that KO knife go off. And now Mad Lion's just going to back up and go down A main. But who's waiting there? Steel. Steel's waiting behind that A main box, just waiting to get some vision. Doesn't see anybody. Sees them now. Able to get 2 kills off. That's going to be a pretty good trade. Will taking out Steel. 2 for the price of 1. A pretty good deal, if I do say so myself. Zexro, however, able to pick up Ziff, and that's going to even the player count in a 3v3. Zexro going to be down a lot of health, though. Ziff not going down easy. 3v3. Madeline just has to get this plant off. Gangsta warding them off as best as he can. Zexro able to take out clear though, and we do see 2 coming from dugout. Gonna have to do some kills. Gangsta able to take out Trick. Will gonna trade that off though, and this guys can't really afford trades right now. Is he gonna be able to get it half? He's able to get it half, but not really much else. Able to take out Will, and now it's just a 1v1. And able to take out Zexro, who just did not have the health to win that. And now he's going to go for that defuse. Already halved the spike. Gonna make it a 5-9. Disguised was able to turn that pistol round into another win. And I wouldn't be surprised if they turn it into another and another and another. We see them carry momentum very well. We saw it through that first game. We saw it in the first half of this game. I mean, I think Disguised is just going to make this a 2-0 victory for them. It's going to be a very, very... It's looking good so far.
And they're forcing into it again. A second stinger buyback, which this buy does allow them with the lost one is going to buy moving forward. But
We see Disguised setting up similar setup with that Killjoy, and it looks like Matt is going to be pushing straight into A here. They're going to be going up against 2 players. Looks like 3 actually, who are pushing up that main. They do make contact. They fire a few shots, they get that orb, and they back up. We do have the Astra ult now, and Madeline playing very aggressively, trying to get that pick off, not able to get it though. And Madeline now taking a big health deficit in exchange for that attempt, and it's not going to return on anything. Able to get that health back. Am I crazy? People are down health, right? Okay. Anyways, 5-9 the score. It's gonna be difficult for Madeline to come back. They're pushing back into their spawn. It looks like they're just gonna rotate over to B. Maybe actually go through mid to A. They do still have Ange lurking in that A main, but Disguise is not biting. They're not gonna be pushing out. And we do see Exalt waiting in that art, as well as Ziv, who's going to be able to turn that into 2 kills, and we see a lot of shots exchanged. And now it's a 1v3 here for Will, who is going to be able to take out Gangster, but still just going to return that trade. And like I said, Disguise was able to turn that first pistol round win into a second and a third. And I would not be surprised if they turned it into a 4th and a 5th, and continue to win these rounds. That's lying down 5 rounds right now. 5-10 is the score. It's going to be difficult for them. I mean, I keep saying it, but it really is. I mean, it looked like going into the second half, they might have had a chance making the score 5-7. Able to win 2 more rounds right at the end of the half. It looked like maybe they could carry that, and maybe get some momentum going. But they couldn't. They couldn't turn it into anything. Skies won that pistol round, and they just keep winning. Clear able to get a wallbang shot on Trick through that B long, denying any peek or attempt. And now it's going to be tough. It looks like Mad is going to be pushing into A. We do still have Clear and Zextro over on B for Mad Lion. Will able to take out Exalt. Good pick from them. It's going to even the player count to a 4v4. We see Clear taking out Zextro, winning that, able to get 2 kills while holding that B site is going to give them another player advantage to make it a 3v4 for Madline. It's going to make it tough. It's going to make it difficult. They're going to be down, and they're all pushing through this art and into this. And Ziv able to fire a few shots, none of them hitting, and not able to take any hits themselves. And now they're going to push into A, where Gangsta and Steel are waiting in the main and able to take out and able to take out Drone and Will as well with that Gangsta kill. Very, very good play from Disguise. We saw that double kill from Clear, and we saw that double kill from Steel. Just a very good round from Disguise. They're now up 6 rounds. It's going to be very easy for them to just win 2 more. They can see it. They just need to win 1 more to at the very least secure that overtime. And they're very, very close to that victory. I mean, they're very, very close to cementing themselves, giving them a very good advantage moving forward into this split. I mean, they definitely wanted to show that they can continue to win moving through challengers and looking, they want to have that chance at playoffs, and it's looking like they're going to be able to get at it. And I mean, this 5-11 score is going to be it's a very hard deficit for Mad Lion to come back from. Taking this timeout, we did see a timeout in the last half, and it kind of worked out. Not really. They were able to win those 2 rounds, those last 2 rounds moving into the second half, but since then they have not, they haven't been able to win any.
So there is still a lot of worries for this team. And Mark said it, you could possibly be going
And now we're looking at that timeout ending. We'll see. Can Mad Lion use that timeout? Did they use it effectively? Are they going to be able to re-strategize themselves? We see them moving around a lot from where they were before the timeout, so we'll see if it works out. They're going to be pushing mid, it looks like. Got quite a few players. We do see what they've kind of been doing, where they like have some people push different, into the mains, and then some looking at different areas. We see Zextro with that turret go down. And it looks like they're going to be pushing B. Zextro backing up after some util is used. Maybe waiting for their team. No, it looks like Will and Trick are going to be pushing down into mid again. Now we do have Exalt watching that connector. Is he going to get pushed? Maybe. We have Trick with the spike. Just waiting for this Prowler to go off. But he gets stuck behind the box. Not going to be able to see Ziff there. And off of that, it looks like they might be pushing down that B connector. We do see Gangsta spot Drone. Ziff gonna push out and take him out. And off of that, Mad Lion is just gonna rush into that B. They're getting held off. They're using those mollies. We see Exalt's molly come out. We see Exalt's ult. Mad Lion just gonna back up. They don't want to deal with that. They're saying no, and they're gonna just run back. Are they gonna push through mid, or are they just going to? What are they gonna do? Are they gonna sit? Are they gonna? It looks like they're just waiting at the ult. I mean, they only have 30 seconds. They need to do something. Ziff taking out Tricks. Isn't the spike down, though? They were able to pass off the spike. And it's a 2v5 right now. It's going to be difficult for Mad Lion. We do see Clear looking down that B long, shooting, but missing. And we see Exalt taking out Will. And it's now just down to Ange, who's able to get a kill on Gangsta, not before Ziff takes him out for a 3k. A very, very nice round. For Disguise. Again, I keep saying that they keep having very nice rounds, and now the score is 5-12. Disguise is 1 round away from taking this 2-0 victory. I mean, that'd be a very, very nice win for this matchup. It gained them a lot more points moving forward into this series. I mean, they did lose pretty badly to the Guard last week, losing 2-0. But now that they've been able to win this 2-0 victory, they're sort of saying, even though there's a nice 2-week break after this week, they just want to say, no, we're not going to leave this before this little break down on points. We want to be able to like gain some traction here, and it looks like they're doing that. Zextro able to take out Exalt, as if taking out Zextro. Trade there is going to make it a 4v4. Goes from a 5v5 to a 4v4. Good trades from both teams. And it looks like that ult is gonna help them finally get a spike down. Maybe? Yeah, we do have that spike down over on B, and they were able to use those ults, but we see that defense lockdown go down. Ziff able to take out Trick, and Steel taking out Will as they are leaving. Just, I mean, Clear there, able to take out Drone, Ange able to take out Clear. Then Gangsta taking out Ange is just gonna finish them off and give them this 2-0 victory. Very, very nice round. Again, as always, a very, very nice win. Very good win for Disguise. They dominated both games. They dominated very, very harshly. They dominated on the first game against Mad Lion, which was on Fracture, which weirdly enough was Mad Lion's chosen map, and they launched the hardest on that one. Then on Pearl, Disguised still had a very nice performance. Mad Lion looked like they might be able to gain some traction after that first half, making the score 5-7 right before the half ended. But then they weren't able to win any rounds in the second half, which is exactly what happened in the previous game, where once we went to that second half, they just couldn't win any rounds. That's what we saw again here. Very, very nice second game win, and a very, very nice game 1 win. Let's go ahead and take a look at what Disguised Toast has to say, the owner of the org.
And they just played against one of the best teams currently
Damn,
playing.
great
I think you can make that argument just based on what we just saw.
Guys,
they looked really good
making
there.
us play the guard
what's the
first.
scale? Mad Lions,
I
they
know
took quite the
you know,
close
that
game to
wasn't
TSM,
fair.
right?
This
What's
is
the
what
scale
we're
now
like.
with this group?
I swear.
What happened when this
True.
team faces TSM, when
Last
this
week
team
was
faces
just
M80?
you know,
Things are getting really spicy
jitters.
in this group as we wanted.
A little
But
bit of
there's still
copage.
other unsigned teams that have made their dents. Again, the one map from OR Esports, we're just going to keep mentioning that throughout the rest of the season. But if there's ever a way to really
I don't
establish
have a
yourself
win
in this
tweet
group,
prep.
it's with this sort of win.
Not that I wasn't expecting us to win.
You can take a look at the cell.
Exalt! Yo, Exalt, are you able to start stream? I need someone to host.
13-2, 13-5. That's
I gotta run in like 20
Sully,
minutes.
to boost your round differential.
All right,
Exalt that,
moving
that
on
little
from that
flick
very, very impressive
on the
performance.
backside.
Because it's Disguise technically better than TSM. You could
Now we're going to go ahead and take a look at the next matchup. The next matchup is M80 versus TSM. Now, M80 is a very, very big challenger to the Guard and the Guard's top spot. I mean, they've had a very impressive performance. They had a very impressive performance last year. And they're rivaling the Guard. Everybody thinks that it's going to be M80 and the Guard, the two top dogs throughout this competition. But we do see that last week M80 did lose a game. They lost one map to OR, which was a big map loss for M80, because that could be what cements the Guard moving forward. Because if the Guard can beat M80 when they do have a game together, they may just like, it may be very, very difficult. I mean, they are in the same group, which gives them a it's going to be a big challenge. I mean, having M80 and the Guard in the same group means they're going to be playing against each other. Wait, are they in the same group? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they are in the same group, sorry. So having M80 and the Guard in the same group, that's going to be very, very difficult for anybody else in that group to sort of play against it. And so it's going to be difficult. And so the Guard and M80 are going to go up against each other. It's going to be a very interesting game to watch. But moving forward, until that match between the Guard and M80, we could be looking at that deficit from OR beating M80 being a big decider here. I mean, it was a very, very tough challenge. I mean, everybody's expecting M80 and the Guard to get to those, to that, again, like I said, the top four, making it all the way until the playoffs. And M80 losing that makes it just a little bit easier for other teams to sort of get in there. I'm not saying anybody's going to rival M80 and the Guard's top spots. I don't think anybody is going to be able to. I think Shopify was one of those teams that maybe could have, but they lost to Oxygen. And that loss is going to be a huge loss for them moving forward. They may not be able to get into that top four. Or at the very least, it may be very difficult. But after that performance from Disguised, a very big performance from Disguised, it's going to be a lot easier for them to move forward. I mean, like I said, there is a 2-week break after this, but after that, if they can continue this momentum and continue to win these matchups, I mean, they could be looking at a very, very nice games. Some very, very nice games and some very, very nice points, and getting into those top spots, moving towards the playoffs. Our next matchup is going to be between M80 and TSM. Like I said, we're going to take a listen.
Then you check them out. I personally have bought some gear on eBay. Actually,
Oh, they're doing it. They're doing an ad read. Really cool. But yeah, that was a very, very cool game to watch. Now we're gonna be looking at go back to the Twitter, see if we can find any good clips, which there were a lot of. So we'll see if we can look at any here. We already looked at these from that first game, and it looks like this is the only one on
There's
that
kills
game.
going the back way of Mad Lions. This has come down to a 2v3. Oh
That was a
my
very
God.
nice clip from Exalt.
Towards B-Link, here's a player coming in to connect their spawn. But there's kills going the back way of Mad Lions. This has come down to a 2v3. Oh my God.
What a flick! Has a third eye! Flicks right behind him! There's no chance that Trick has this 1v2!
His way up and towards B-Link, here's a player coming in to connect their spawn. But there's kills going the back way of Mad Lions. This has come down to a 2v3. Oh my God.
What a flick! Has a third eye!
Very, very nice clip there.
Flicks right behind him! There's no
All right, I'm very excited for this next matchup as well. M80 versus TSM. TSM, nobody's really expecting them to be like the top of anything. You know, number one spot. Nobody's really anticipating that from TSM. They're definitely expected to be in that top 8 that make it probably to those. Nobody's expecting them to do poorly, is what I'm saying. And so what we may be looking at, just playing against M80, M80 being M80. TSM may lose these rounds here. And while we are in this intermission, I'm trying to think of stuff to talk about. I think, yeah, so like I said, my predictions for this next game, this next matchup, I think M80's almost certainly going to beat TSM. I think we could be looking at a 2-0 victory. But like I said, last week OR did manage to win a game against M80, which means TSM might have a chance here, but I do think OR might be just a little bit better than TSM, so we may be looking at another... we may be looking at just a 2-0 victory for M80, which, you know, it would make sense. But if we're following this theme of yesterday, we did have a 2-0 victory, but we also had a 2-1 victory. So, you know, maybe we'll get a 2-0 victory today and then another 2-1 victory. We'll see, though. I don't... we did see a lot of games last week where 2-0 losses and such like that. So, we could be looking at it. I mean, it's going to be tough. I think my overall predictions for tomorrow as well are going to be... I think FaZe is going to beat Turtle Troop almost certainly. Turtle Troop is a good team, but I just think FaZe is better. I mean, they're one of the number 1 orgs for a reason. They have really good players. And then in this G2 versus Breakthrough, I've said it earlier, but I don't really have a prediction. Breakthrough did win against Oxygen. It was a 2-0 victory, but it was also against Oxygen, who does have some good players, but they're really... I mean, they performed pretty poorly in the open qualifiers. And the fact that Breakthrough beat them isn't really a good show of anything, I don't think, especially in that first week. Everybody's got nerves, everything's going on. So I don't really have any prediction for this. I think this G2 Breakthrough matchup could be very, very interesting. And then, of course, I don't want to make any predictions for the next games, which are going to be at the end of the month. Just simply because it's the next games that are going to be at the end of the month. Yeah, like I said, I don't have any predictions for the next matchups, which are going to be at the end of the month and into the start of March. But I think they will be interesting games, to say the very least. I think these first 2 weeks, we got to see everybody play. We're going to sort of get to see everybody's play styles, and I think moving forward in this season, in Challengers, it's going to be just more interesting games overall. It's going to be interesting to see just how everybody plays, so... Oh, we do have a standings tab now. That was not there before. So we can see overall who's doing best. So this is Group A. We've got G2 Esports in that number 1 seed with a 1 win. We've got Breakthrough with that number 2 seed. These are teams that we're going to see play each other tomorrow, so I'm sure this will change. but they've got those wins going. And then this Shopify and Oxygen played yesterday. Oxygen had a pretty major win against Shopify, and that actually, because of that win against Shopify, does technically put Oxygen in that number 3 seed. So I am expecting, that'll probably change. Just because Oxygen did beat Shopify, they are tied technically, but again, Oxygen beat Shopify, so that's gonna switch stuff up. But I'm gonna be honest. Group A, interesting group. Yes, there's gonna be some good games. We saw that game with Oxygen and Shopify yesterday was a very interesting game. But they're not it's not gonna be the most best interesting group. I think the group to look out for is Group B, where we do have they haven't put this in yet, but Disguised with that win is going to be boosted up above Madline here. Because Madline is going to take that loss. They're going to switch spots here, and after this TSM M80 game, we're going to see what happens with that, and how that affects everything. I'm going to be switching those up. We'll see how that goes. And then, of course, we have Guard with just a monstrous performance these last 2 weeks. 2-0 victories. It's going to place them at the top spot, the top dog. But yeah, like I said, Disguised will be number 4 shortly whenever they fix that. And then in this TSM M80 game, we're going to get to see who's going to be coming out on top here. But I'm very excited about this. We're going to go ahead and take a look at this interview with Steel.
No, we played like about 7 or 8 or 9 or something Fracture practice games this past like week preparing for this, because we assumed like, okay, like Icebox is their best map. We knocked that out. What do they have? They're probably going to pick Fracture. So Ocean just booked like as many Fracture games as possible, and we were all over the place with the results. Some teams would smash, and then other times we get completely done in where we're like, okay, are we going to ban Fracture and play Icebox on them, or what's going on? And I mean, we kind of like we're on the cusp of like pulling things together in Fracture, but Fracture is one of those maps where it's like, even if you have the right idea and the right game plan, like anything can happen for a variety of reasons. There's a lot of forced retakes, so there's going to be a lot of clutch situations, a lot of like weird mid-round situations, and it comes down really to like who's hitting their shots and who's hitting their strides. And it's also like some like coin flip gamble thing, like, oh, let's set up this trap for them here, and if they don't go there, it's like, okay, well, that sucked. But if they go there, you just slam them and you look like geniuses, and you know gain momentum. So Fracture is one of those like coin flippy maps where it's like you don't know what you're really going to get. And yeah, it's just like that's what happened. We ended up being like the better version of ourselves on it, which is good. We were the lions and they were the gazelles.
Oh, I see what you're doing there. You mentioned your coach in Ocean. There's actually a quote we ran at the top of the show. You had said Ocean and you were cut from the same cloth. What exactly did you mean by that? And how does that change the dynamic between you and him when it comes to match prep, matches, everything like that?
It just meant like we're both from like the early days of Counter-Strike, from like, oh, I don't even know. I started competing in 2008, and like some of these kids that we're competing against were born like 2005. So that's how far back I go. I'm sure he's been competing just as long, if not longer. So we were in the days where like a team that wanted to compete, you didn't have sponsors, you didn't have salaries, you didn't have anything. You had to just like get on because you wanted to be there and you wanted to improve and all that stuff. So you talked to each other a certain way, like you held each other accountable a certain way, you push each other's forwards like a certain way, and that's also came down to like how practices run and what you're focusing on. So like there's a lot of similarities with like I guess the styles of how we would like run practice or something. And then I mean, he just said, you deal with like the strat stuff and calling in game, and I'll deal with player development and like doing more of like the bigger picture stuff, and let's just like get to work. So that's what we've been doing.
I mean, as an OG old gamer myself, I remember a day when competing on a LAN tournament meant I had to figure out how I was going to fly with a PC and a CRT monitor, potentially. If it was a LAN far enough away. Usually it was like, let's load up in the biggest minivan we can find, and we'll just suffer for the next 18 hours until we get to our final destination. Last question, and this one comes actually from the fan zone. You faced a very experienced guard team last week as your first match of the Challenger Split. Did you feel like that having that punch in the mouth helped your team's play heading into this week? That question comes from Ricky J.
I'm still not sure yet. I'm still not sure if it's helped us or not. I think something where we talked about not being in a situation, and we talked about how we don't want to be in that situation and how to prevent ourselves from being in that situation. But talk is one thing, and doing it is a different thing.
Yeah.
So it might have helped us. It depends on, like, I think we have to see how the rest of this off, because how we came prepared today and how we were like mentally in it and how we were focused and high energy and all that stuff, if we do that every time, and if that was because we can reference back to remember against the guard and we're all like sad and emo, well, we can't be like that. We can't come out like that. We have to come out strong, and we have to just punch him in the face. And if we get punched in the face, we just have to go and headbutt them or something, you know? Just keep going.
They should sell merch like that, actually.
Well, this was actually a huge win for you guys, too, because it really disrupts where the groups are going to end up. And also, you guys have now a little bit more time to get prepped for your next matchup, which is not against a team like the Guard. So you also have a little bit more there going for you. Congratulations. It's a big win and potentially put you guys in playoff contention.
Nice. Thank you. Yeah, thanks to all the fans. I told you we'll be back stronger.
Hats off to all the I don't know, what would you call fans for this? The disguiseders? Disguised toasters? The pre-toast? I don't know what you call them, but fans of Disguised are certainly happy. We're going to go ahead and throw things to a break when we come back. We have another team that's been touted as one of the best in Challengers this season. Speaking specifically of M80, who had a bit of an interesting first match, as they did find the win, but they dropped a map to a team they did not expect to lose one to, and they're facing off against a TSM team that's looking to continue the successes they found in Week 1. We'll be back in just a bit.
Alright, I'm not gonna sit here and watch this ads. I should be here for these the entirety of these games. Yesterday I did have to step out for a little bit, but I should be here for the entirety of these games. I'd also like to apologize. Sometimes my stream has been disconnecting. I don't know what's been going on with my Wi-Fi. It's been a little bit iffy. You know, LA Wi-Fi. So hopefully it figures itself out. Like I said, I think today's going to be a good day because, I mean, we do just get to see the finishing of this Group B, which is why I'm not super upset because I'm not going to be able to be here tomorrow for the games until I might be able to see the last one, but I won't be able to, like, stream it or anything like that. So I'm not too upset about it, though, simply because I think Group B is just more exciting to watch. We do get to see the finale of Group B today. All of the teams from Group B are playing today. We saw Disguised and Mad Lions, or not all of them, but all of the teams from Group B after today will have finished their games. So yeah, we're gonna see these M80, these two second and third seeds play against each other. We'll see if TSM can say, we are here, we're actually going to rival the Guard, not M80, we're going to rival you. Or if we're going to see just M80 do what everybody's expecting them to do and just beat them. But yeah, like I said, this is going to be an interesting matchup. I do think M80 is just going to 2-0 TSM. I don't think it's going to be a close game. But to be fair, like I said, we could see an upset. I thought it was going to be a close game between Mad Lions and Disguised, but I thought Mad Lions was going to win, sort of like how I thought Shopify Rebellion was going to win yesterday, and then Oxygen won. So we could see another upset. We could see what I am not expecting to happen. We could see TSM beat M80. We could see, you know, maybe the next time that the Guard plays again, we could see them start losing. Maybe, you know, like, I don't know what's going to happen. I'm going to stop making predictions because we just keep seeing my predictions come not true. But again, my prediction for this one, which I will be making, is that M80 will come on top against TSM. Yeah, I think it should be very interesting game. I mean, yeah, that's all I have to say. I don't know. I don't know what else to say. Very impressive victory from Disguise. Overall, I mean, I don't think anybody was really anticipating that big of a win and that dominant of a performance. But we did see it. I mean, we can just look at the clips from the first game. There were 2 of them.
Change things up, take clear off.
We
the,
see
off the
Exalt
raise,
again. He's got 2 of
maybe
the
onto
clips.
maybe an agent that they could take more space with, but
Got that on Trick.
so far they're just letting Mad Lions pretty much waltz
And
into
that
them.
kill
let
on
time go by.
Drone.
They met likely no
An incredible
on
3K
Fracture. They
from
were gonna
Exalt.
maybe change things up.
And now we've got this
Doing the
this
exact same
clip
thing.
from Ziff, which was a big clip. Just
DSG
defending
doing the exact same thing. That's
defending the
why some of
defender
these
side
players are
spawn.
hunting Ziff.
Just
He
with
had
that
3 ult
3K,
points left, and
forcing
he
them
gets all
off.
3 of them in one fell swoop.
Very nice, and that's gonna be a flawless round. And then we have this clip from Exalt. Oops. That's what I meant to do. Then we have this clip from Exalt. It's a very nice clip.
Spawn. But there's
Uh-oh.
kills going the back. His way up and towards B Lake. Here's a player coming in from connector. Spawn.
Taking out Drone and then turning around.
But there's kills going the back way of Mad Lions. This is
He's gonna take out. He's gonna take out Will and then turn around and take out Zeg.
What a flick!
Just very, very
That's
nice.
a third eye.
Just a very, very nice kill overall. Very impressive performance is what I'll say. I mean, yeah, I'm very impressed, and I'm hoping it's a very dominant performance. For Disguised, I hope they do well. I think having a team like that, where we have more people coming to challengers as a whole, just to see a team play like many people who are here to watch challengers are here for, is just to see Disguised play. So the better that they're doing, the more people are gonna watch. The further along they make it, and the better it is for Disguised overall, and the better it is for challengers. We want Disguised to do well and then come back next year. You know, we want them to be doing better. We want, because I think Disguised Toast did talk about how it's just not the most profitable thing to start an esports org, and putting this team together and getting as far as they have so far is going to be really good for him moving forward, and trying to make it more profitable, getting those sponsors to try and boost them, getting that content creation started surrounding Disguised. So I do think this could be good moving forward. I have no idea how long it's going to take for this next game to start. We're in a bit of an intermission. I don't really know what else to say. Take a look at. We already took a look at that. Take a look at the schedule again. But yeah, you can see this 2-0 victory now appearing for Disguise. Let's see if it's inputted in the standings yet. It is not yet. So we'll see how the standings change after that. I'm just waiting for this MAD TSM game. Again, I do think it's just going to be a dominant performance from MAD. And then, yeah. So. These are some interesting advertisements, I will say.
His way up and towards B Lake. Here's a player coming in from connector. Spawn. But there's kills going the back way of Mad Lions. This has come down to a 2v3.
Really incredible. I think I saw this photo that they posted. We had our best artist draw today's mashups. How did they do? We've got looks like we've got DSG against Mad Lions. This one's actually pretty good. And we've got this one. Oh, definitely interesting. I've never seen TSM drawn like that. I mean, this one's pretty good. Yeah, I think this is pretty good drawings here. Just waiting. I literally have no idea what to talk about. And this is why they take breaks in between with their sponsors. I guess I can sort of talk about stuff not relating to the game. So obviously there is a 2-week break. Play for VCT will resume at the end of the month and going into the beginning of March. I do plan on streaming more starting next week, and hopefully So just like random variety content, you know, talking about stuff I want to talk about, playing games I want to play, stuff like that. It's yeah, I don't know. I also want to just start making more content, start making more videos and such, just because I do enjoy doing that, and I haven't done it in a while, so I want to start doing it again. So yeah, that's that. As far as challengers, I'm probably gonna keep up to date with it. I do want to stream, trying at the end of the month as well. You know, going into it. Um, so you know, I want to keep up with it from split one all the way until the playoffs. I think. And maybe even pay attention to the big games, but I don't know. I think challengers is just more interesting because it's really just a show for like new teams to try and do something. Which we saw the guard do last year, and I'm hoping we get to see, you know, some other team do it this year as well. But we'll have to wait and see. While we're waiting, I literally have run out of stuff to talk about. I don't know. Is there any good like videos? I don't really want to watch anything right now though. Well, is Toast still alive? We could like look at his reaction or something. It does not look like he is. Fortnite? What the fuck? Oh, streamable. Interesting. Come on. Start. Let's see what their chat is saying. Oh, they put it in emote only. Interesting. I have been looking at their chat from time to time, and like they were probably just like bringing up Ukraine and stuff, and like just being off topic. Nobody has sent a message since 2:05. That's actually crazy. Well, cool, cool. Alright. Alright, mod getting mad. Um. Dum, dum. Wait, is this an investing app? Investor. Wow. Oh, and you can do it if you're a minor too. Wow. Wow. So cool. The investing app for under 18s. In case you wanted to make money gambling in the stock market as a child. Isn't the concept of banks kind of weird? Like somebody was like, "Here, I'll hold your money," and they're like, "For free?" And they're like, "Yeah, well, kind of free. Basically, we'll have so many people that were holding their money that we can sort of spend some of the money because like people are sort of just gonna keep some money in here. But also, we give you some money if you just stay in it long enough." Banks are weird. That's a weird thing. Anyways. Oh, I didn't tweet today. I guess I can do that right now. Um, Alright. That's done. Now we're waiting. We're waiting. Some really nice plays today from Disguised. I think them winning on Pro was inevitable. Why do I think? Wow. Just waiting. Ooh, I want a debit. I want a card that I can. I want to gamble in the stock market. Oh wait, wait, what? Did you say gamble? Wait, what? $1 million? I'm so confused. Oh, it's like a simulation. Like you practice. Interesting. Interesting. Just doing nothing. Chillin'. Chillin'. Well, turn the music up, I guess. I wonder if there's like a technical difficulty or something. Maybe see what Tarek has to say.
What if the opportunity never comes?
Yeah, when we get 1 and 4.
The pre's kicking in.
Pre is indeed.
That's how he knows when the pre's kicking in, when he starts making that sound. That's his own indicator.
When do you go to the gym, Exalt?
I want to watch the game, so maybe after the game, or if it takes too long, I might go.
Nice. What you hitting today?
Today should be chest back.
Ooh!
Probably chest
Got
back.
the Arnold?
And Yeah, I'm on Arnold. Yeah.
Yeah.
Chest back, arms, legs. Chest back, arms, legs.
Nice.
Usually
Why?
people don't guess. People just don't guess it. I don't know why.
That's what I was on, and I feel like it gave me the best gains.
Yeah, bro. Next time you're out here.
I'm not gonna get copyright strikes. I don't even know what to talk about. What did I just do? What the fuck? Oh, finally.
Dance for Knights Arena Valorant Challengers North America. And I gotta say, Sully, did you do something with your hair? You look a lot different than you did in the last map.
I grew a beard in the break. You know, it was a little bit longer than usual, but I'm pretty happy with it, Bach.
As a bearded and mustachioed man myself, I'm actually quite impressed at your ability to force hair out of the follicles on your face. Obviously, that's not Sully. We are welcoming Keg into the show, and they will be the duo moving forward. It will be Keg and Upmind. Sully was fired for farting too much on broadcast. Really unprofessional and immature, classic college student move. What can you expect from a young gamer, right, Upmind?
Yeah, no, absolutely expected.
Disappointing. But we do have something serious to talk about, and it is TSM versus M80, and they are coming up here with our second match on the day for Valorant Challengers North America. It's a TSM team that, yeah, they found the win in week one, but it wasn't perfect, and it's an M80 team that also found the win in week one, but also wasn't perfect. When I'm looking at this setup here, these two teams, I do feel like TSM has a bit of an uphill battle.
Yeah, absolutely. TSM, they still have a team that was quite talented last year. This year, from M80, it is actually a more stacked roster, at least arguably. This team is one of the impressive teams coming into the entirety of Ascension in terms of M80. But last week, like you said, they looked a little mortal. It wasn't exactly the clean win that we were expecting from them. Maybe you could attribute that to the fact that they were playing a fresh map. The last time that they had played officials was all the way back in August. So it had been so long that they had played anything. Of course, a new map would give them a bit of a curveball, but in the maps that we had seen them before, they dominated. From TSM, though, it was a little bit more of an actual competition from Mad Lions. I'm glad that TSM were able to bring it back. It was 13 to 10s, but we really did see that fight from a team that we didn't really expect too much from this regular season in terms of Mad Lions.
This TSM team, like you said, they found the win, and for those that didn't see the game, it was a 3-map series against Mad Lions. It went 13 to 2, if I'm not mistaken, to kick things off on Icebox. And here was what Corey had to say. We won the day with me underperforming. Not very common for me. I'm a big portion in a lot of our rounds. Well, that wasn't necessarily the case in the series, as Corey actually went 42 and 47.
Yeah.
So negative performance from the duelist. He was 196 ACS and 127 ADR. It was not ideal for Corey. Then on the flip side of that coin, you've got Koala Noob, who actually played quite well last week. Koala Noob didn't have a super consistent performance across all 3 maps, but definitely good at times. But you can really see here, the numbers definitely tell the story. I mean, Keg, you can see on the left, Koala, not amazing statistics, definitely good, but not amazing. But on the left, Corey's just disappointing.
Yeah, Corey, like they said, had a bit of an underperforming week last week, but this time around we're looking to see a lot more of a higher performance coming out from, well, pretty much everybody across the board. It's those first week jitters, but again, this week we're looking at a lot of fixes, a lot of small micro-adaptations, and how both these teams can just clean things up across the board. So I definitely want to see Corey kind of step it up a little bit more, but if Koala, even with the not the greatest stats in the world, Bach, can still continue to kind of measure themselves a little bit more forwards going up, I think we could have a banger series on our hands.
I think TSM, just like, I think both TSM and M80 have been playing meh compared to how they were expected to play, but also M80 Again, like they said, it's a very stacked roster. I'm very much so expecting M80 to have a very good Challengers series. And I'm expecting them to win this game. I do favor them over TSM. I think TSM underperformed last week, and I think M80 performed a little bit better than TSM overall. But again, we'll have to wait and see. And this is a big game. I mean, if we go ahead and come over here and look at the standings, you do see that Group B, that whoever wins this game will end up pretty far down after we see this disguised disguised win come up, and this loss. I think there's a chance that maybe whoever wins will go below, or sorry, whoever loses goes below disguised. I could be wrong about that. But in any case, whoever wins this will end up above the other one in that second place spot, most likely. So it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting.
Official. These 5 players had never played together in an official capacity. 3 of them had, though, and I was expecting a little bit more structure from that set. So it is good that Koala Noob has straight up said they have already realized that mistake, that yeah, we were overheating, we were getting overconfident. But the one thing that we remember very strikingly from the Ghost squad was that they were a quiet for that. They just made their way all the way up to the closed qualifier, or excuse me, the VCT stage by absolutely sweeping everyone. They had a 4-1 group stage. They had clean open qualifiers before that. And realistically, the whole time, it was the entire team stepping up. And when you have individuals that aren't heating up the way that they were used to, you kind of just have to mitigate that and play as a group.
Keep in mind, too, again, first time they were really playing official matches with this lineup. Even though you have the same core on M80, it's not the same team as they had last year, and it's also different leadership. So there's certainly a lot of factors going on in the background that you don't necessarily think about. You're like, oh, yeah, we have the Ghost core, but it's not really the same setup. So everything changes. The meta shifted as well. There was a lot to adjust to. So first week definitely doesn't go perfectly, but it still ends in a win for them. And because of that third map, round differential was insane for them, so ultimately it seems like it is a wash. But we're going to go ahead and take a look at the maps, see where the series is going to take us. I would argue...
Alright, looking like M80 banned Bind. Not going to let TSM have a good game on there. TSM banning Icebox. We've seen a lot of Icebox bans in Challengers so far, and I don't think I've actually seen an Icebox game personally. I'm sure there have been some, but I haven't been there to see them. M80 picked Haven. They, I believe TSM had a decent game on M8, or sorry, on Haven. I could be wrong. Maybe it was M80 that had a decent game on Haven last week. TSM picks Ascent, okay, and the decider's going to be Pearl. I think it's going to be very interesting. I think we could see that decider come out, but I do think M80 has a better chance of winning this against TSM, just because TSM, while impressive, is not overly impressive. I'm not anticipating some big move here or anything like that. So we'll go ahead and take a listen, see what they have to say.
Instead, they've opted to go Haven. Was Haven bad for M80 last week? Absolutely not. They looked totally dominant on the defensive side. They had a 9% win rate on the defensive side. But again, that map being left over and them themselves banning it, it gives me at least a bit of an indicator that they're actually more confident in their Pearl than anything else, especially after taking on an upset loss last week on this map.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see a lot of the attacking when it comes to M80 in these 3, or possibly 3 maps, because their attacking side was a little so-so outside of their Icebox matchup. They had a lot of really good structures, but when it came to that spike going down, that was a great opportunity for a lot of these defensive teams to just run in and maybe find a lot of impact on the defuses. So as long as M80 doesn't go for any reheating this week, there might be a strong possibility, Gus, that we don't even get to see that third Pearl.
Yeah, well, okay, all right, sure, right. If we do get to the Pearl, I am still questioning a lot of things about M80. Again, actually last week, it was OR Esports that ended up picking that map instead, and the beginning of the map was really successful for the team. They had a defensive 9-3 half over OR Esports. They go on to the attack, and Keg, it was 1-10 on their attack. Again, because M80 were the ones to, were the ones to start up this ban, Pearl, they might start actually on that attacking side, and they just might get washed again.
It's going to be interesting if we do go to that third map too, because I wouldn't say the onus of going 1-10 on the attack is entirely on M80. We saw in open quals and LCQ that OR, they're fantastically on Pearl, and very few teams were able to get past that defensive line, especially on B site. So I think going up against a new opponent like TSM and seeing what that defensive prowess could look like might fare a little bit better for an M80, but that's assuming they haven't practiced that attacking side over the last few weeks, right?
Let me say this.
Oh no. Oh
the
no.
Guard just demolished this team yesterday.
True.
But we didn't see the defensive side. That's the thing. We can still be confident in the fact that
I mean, this is what I'm saying.
M80.
Like, M80 did lose a round to OR, but we also saw a very poor performance from OR. So I don't know if it says so much about OR's performance, but more about M80 just not having a good game. I think M80 could win this. I think they're actually probably going to do better than people expect. I think there's a chance we see the 2-0, but I also think there's a good chance we see that decider. Overall, I do think it's going to be an M80 victory, and TSM is going to try their best, but I just don't think they have that lineup, the players to really combat the power that is M80.
If you watched the Ludwig Tarek Invitational, they played the Guard in the finals, and these 3 maps were in the pool. They actually pulled a win off on Pearl. It was a 14-12 victory. They lost on Ascent 11-13. They got bodied on Haven. It was a 113. Nobody talked about it. But looking at the other maps, it's like, okay, there's something to go off of because, again, who are the number 1 and number 2 teams by most people's assumptions coming into the season? The Guard and M80. So ultimately, there is at least something to say, okay, there is a chance here that TSM could find wins, but I don't think it's going to start on Haven. Just based on what we've seen against them and other teams, and also the strength of M80 on this first map, definitely going to prove to be somewhat difficult. But Ascent and Pearl, Gus, I got to be honest, that definitely plays to their strengths. I could actually see us going all 3 maps if they have the resolve to bounce back from a first map loss, which we already know they do.
Yeah, I think so. But again, we just don't know, period, about how M80 plays the majority of these maps. Again, Ascent, they haven't played yet. But I would like to assume with the play style that we've seen from these players, Nismo is going to be an incredible reactionary initiator. If he's playing KO, the util that comes out of him can slow down a take easily for all 5 players to be able to rotate from the other side of the map just with 1 knife. And it's going to be the same thing that we see from Koala Noob on maps like Breeze. He's going to be having so much fun on Ascent. He's going to be running it down mid. He's going to be getting that early B main, A main, and cat picks. So
This me or the stream?
To me, at least, M80, these are still very much playgrounds for them.
It looks like it's me.
Well, I've been told, unfortunately, one of the players deleted their System32 folder in an effort to gain more frames per second. Don't try this at home. I'm only kidding. That's not exactly what happened. But we do have an issue that's going to delay us for a little bit, so we're going to go ahead and throw things to a break. When we come back, we'll be jumping into the agent select here for map number 1 between TSM and M80. You're watching the Knights Arena Valorant Challengers North America Split 1 Week 2 Day 2. We'll be back in just a bit.
Interesting. Technical difficulty. Build time, I guess. I'm hungry. I'm hungry right now. Do I get food? I'm kind of hungry. Do I get food? I mean, okay. I think it'd be difficult to... You know, I'm just gonna go get food. I'll be right back. What the fuck is this music? Okay. I will mute that now. I back and got some chips. I'm gonna like try and mute myself. I'm eating them. Honestly, I'm gonna probably just take a quick break and like eat a little, snack a little bit, just until the game starts, cause you know, not really doing anything right now. We're back.
Trapping with the lights off. Nothing else to do, so I never took a night off. Trying to consume all the drugs till I'm not off. Everything I'm buying, boy, I'm counting as a write-off. Whips black, fast, a baddie in the bed. In the back, in my black cash, counting them all revenue. Years back, I ain't had shit, man, I'm telling you. Now I can't afford a crib return. I'm really mad right now, but give me a reason. Feel like I might spaz out, sick of fighting my demons. I'm in my bag right now, I don't got time for no feelings. I can't be sad right now, I'm going up like the ceiling. Going back at demons, so got this little bitch fiending. Remember I wasn't eating, I steak and shrimp from season. I was down bad, but now I blow it back inside the mall. I don't want no friends, cause my back was just against the wall. I was down bad and wouldn't nobody help. Now I'm 20 with it back and got it by myself. Who gon' have my back if I get locked up in a cell? Sometimes I be feeling like I'm in this by myself. Tell me what you do for me, or what I do for you. Baby girl, don't lie, I just want know the truth. Tell me, can you prove to me what I prove to you? Baby, this forever, I won't know him but you. I ain't had no room, I was trapping with the lights off. Nothing else to do, so I never took a night off. Trying to consume all the drugs till I'm not off. Everything I'm buying, boy, I'm counting as a write-off. Whips black, fast, a baddie in the bed. In the back, in my black cash, counting them all revenue. Years back, I ain't had shit, man, I'm telling you. Now I can't afford a crib return rooms.
I'm so tired of falling in and out of love. I've been trying to numb the pain with all these drugs. I've been trying to find myself, but I'm without you. I can't feel a thing, I go insane when I'm around you. Feeling so consumed with all this pain, but I can't feel a thing. All my diamonds two-tone, don't know about no wedding rings. I can't fuck with new hoes, myself, I had to separate. I can't do no wrong, get on my phone, I gotta elevate. You say I ain't shit, but you ain't mean it. I was dumb at on my dick, you ain't believe it. And my heart been that shit cold, bitch, I'm anemic. You gon' fuck around and tear my whole heart up into pieces. Yeah, I know that I've been living right, but I've been wrong. I let my feelings run down when it wrong.
Alright, I'm back.
Just to clarify this real quick between these two teams. TSM, both TSM and M80 coming off of last week with a massive win. Going into this week, however, TSM with the same task of the other three qualified teams into this group, they have to face the two giants. The Guard alongside M80 are the two teams that everyone in this group is looking to take down, and TSM, if there's ever a time for them to be able to challenge them, it's when M80 is fresh. They just started playing officials last week, Keg.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, M80 and the Guard are the two biggest teams, like you said. So for TSM right now, it's a lot of homework, it's a lot of VOD reviewing, and it's a lot of like, okay, what can we do to disrupt M80's initial strats, right? So there's the big picture, and then there's that smaller picture, which is why, to me, Gus, I think it's going to be really important to see what the agent select looks like. If M80 bring out something completely bonkers here for this first map, it might disrupt TSM. They could be faced against different strats that we could never believe. But you know what? We do have our agent select coming up right now, and I can't wait to see if we go wacky territory or we're gonna stay kind of true to the basics here.
We're going to the agent select.
I really want to see M80 just play the exact same thing.
Alright, what we're looking at is Xander for M80 playing Omen. We've got Corey playing Jet. We've got EU playing Sova. We got Hazed playing Omen. We've got Nismo playing Breach. We've got Seven playing Cypher. We've got John Cutie on the Killjoy. We've got GMD on the Breach. We've got Koala Noob on the Jet. And we've got Nature on that Sova. I mean, this is going to be an interesting matchup to watch. I watched the OR and M80 game last week, which was a very, very, very interesting matchup, to say the very least. It was quite interesting. So it'll be cool to see. It'll be cool to see if TSM can sort of disrupt M80 in a similar way that OR did, or if M80's got their act together and they're not gonna let TSM embarrass them the way OR was able to last week. We'll see though. M80 is supposed to be one of those two top dogs, so we'll see if they can prove themselves this week to be one of those two top dogs and come in with their fists swinging. Alright, I'm gonna turn this volume down just a little bit more. And it looks like what we're looking at is, of course, M80 on the attacking side. Maybe gonna push down B. I actually do enjoy Haven. I like watching people playing Haven. I just think it's a fun map. I think there's a lot of different play. I know it's kind of old and very played through, but I also just think there's a lot that can be done, and it's a pretty clear-cut site with pretty interesting different ways. It's pretty small, despite having 3 sites. I don't know. I just like the play that can happen on Haven, and we're gonna see that here. EU does spawn GMD there, and does get some shots off. Not hitting him though, and it looks like M80's now just gonna back up more towards their spawn, and maybe look at rotating more towards C. I mean, they're watching their flank. Nobody's gonna push out though. TSM playing very passively, just waiting to see where they're gonna go. You know, watching those sites, you do see Nature just trying to get see them, which he does. And now he's going to use some of that util, those shock darts, maybe get some damage off there. Nature does get flashed. Koala coming in, taking out Hazed. Now we've got a good push onto site and a lot of blinds. Nature not able to cash in on that though. Nature does get a kill on John Cutie before he's taken out by Nismo. And just a 3k from Koala is going to finish that off for M80. A very strong first round, only losing 1 player. And that's going to be enough to probably get them that momentum that we've been talking about, where once they get 1 round, they get 3 or 4 more. I'm sorry, 2 or 3 more. Or 1 or 2 more. Like continuing to get a total of 2 or 3 rounds. We do usually see that after that first pistol round, they get more wins. And I'm hoping that we can see that here from M80. That we get that round after this round win. They can sort of carry that momentum. I think it was a little bit disappointing last game. We just didn't see that. It was sort of just like, you know, I mean, we saw it from Disguise, but in that first round, we saw them win that pistol round. We saw Mad Lions win that pistol round, and then they just couldn't carry the momentum. So I want to see M80 do that momentum carrying here. We get Xander in their spawn. Actually does get hit out a little bit, but Nismo's there to cover him and takes out Nature. Xander taking out GMD. TSM a little bit in over their heads, pushing quite a bit, and 7 does the same, getting taken out by Koala. And now it's just Haze. Haze left, peeking through that garage. EU there to take him out, and that's going to be a flawless round for the attackers, who didn't really have to do much. They got pushed in by TSM. TSM just pushed them, lost the numbers, and kept pushing. To be fair, there was a little bit of a gun diff there. TSM didn't really have very much of a chance. Now they have some money. Maybe they can buy it. Hazed, not going to be able to full buy. Oh, will be able to full buy here. Going to have to sacrifice some of that util. A lot of TSM, or sorry, 2 members of TSM will have to sacrifice some of that util. M80 going to just save their gun from the previous round. Try and carry that momentum. and get their money up, and maybe try and use those guns from the previous flawless round to win another round here. And we'll see. It looks like M80 is going to be pushing into A. We get the arrow off, and it's not destroyed because it doesn't really hit anybody. And we do see M80 slowly pushing down that long, while a lot of TSM looking. We actually have 2 members of TSM just looking down that short where nobody is. Jockey is actually watching in case somebody does decide to flank out from there, which it looked like. No, they're backing up. Actually, Nature might. He's pushing up that long. Corey almost getting pushed back into that short. Oh, Xander spots him, able to do some damage. John Cutie with the flank, trying to take out Nature. Nature retaliating, taking out John Cutie. Not letting him get taken out, but then Xander there to take him out. 4v4 still. Corey there to take out Koala. Nismo taking out GMD. Lots of trading fire here. Corey just on site watching it, and now 7 on site as well. Is M80 just gonna back off? They might. They do have Nismo with the spike who can just walk away, but it looks like he's just watching his flank. Might just be holding it a little bit. Now TSM does have hazed for the anchor over on C to try and make sure nobody's rotating over there. Looks like Corey and 7 are just gonna stay on. They get that owl off, and off of that, hazed is going to rotate over, which is good because now they don't have time to leave. 7 taking out EU and Nismo. It's a 3v1 right now for Xander. Can Xander clutch this up? Can he clutch up the 1v3 with 8 seconds left? I don't think so. I think his best bet right now is just to save, and that looks like what he's doing. He's running away. 3 members of TSM still alive. After those first 2 rounds, M80 was able to carry the momentum, but decided to save this round while TSM fought, and that was a good decision for TSM because they just won this round. Are they going to be able to take that extra money, take that momentum, and push forward? Maybe not. They are pretty poor now. They're not all going to be able to full buy. They're just going to have those who survived the round last time. We're going to have their guns, maybe buying for each other. We'll see what happens there with the econ. But we do have M80 who saved after that second round, not buying any new guns, which means that they can full buy this round. They do have the money for that. And it does look like people are not going to be able to full buy on TSM. We've got GMD and Nature going to have to go with the Bulldogs. Not a bad choice, though. It's still a very winnable round, and I think that last round showed it, that they do still have some. Xander taking out Corey. GMD trading that, though, taking out Xander, and it looks like he's just going to back up. He tries to, though. John Cutie shooting through that smoke, going to take out GMD. And that spike is still in that B, near that B window. And it looks like Nismo's going to grab it. Where's he going to take it? Is he going to take it on A? Is he going to take it through B? I mean, we do have 2 members of M80 looking at the garage in that grass. That actually looks like where Nismo might be taking it, sort of pushing through that attack side spawn. John Cutie push up quite a bit, waiting for them, and Nature peeks it and does get taken out. Hazed trading that. TSM taking out Koala, but EU trading that one off. It's now a 2v1. It's a 2v1 for Hazed, as M80 is going to plant on C. They're probably just going to get that spike down and then watch it from long. It looks like... No, it looks like they're actually going to be watching from backside, hiding behind that box. Hayes is going to have to push in here. He doesn't have to push in, actually. He could decide to save. I mean, they did spend a lot of money on this round. They may just want to save. Hayes just shooting through that box, and he actually does hit Nismo a little bit. Oh, you there, ready for him as Hayes pushes out and just takes him out with the head ding. I'm 80. Let TSM get that previous round, but it was really just a gun div. And now that both teams had their money, well, I mean, I guess TSM didn't really have their money. It was mostly M80 who had the money. But it doesn't matter. M80 did get that round, and TSM spent a lot of money on that round. So now they're just going to have to go for save round. They're all buying for next. You can see lots of pistols. And it looks like they're just going to push it out. Now, we do have Koala Noob with the knives and does have a shorty, so it looks like they're probably just going to go with those knives and that ultimate, which we do see right off the bat pushing out using that. EU getting that kill on 7. Very nice kill as they pushed up. EU getting flashed and is just going to walk backwards. TSM going to let that happen. They flashed out so that way they could get away. And now EU is going to try and run over to A. They're going to have to face up against Hazed and able to take him out before Hazed can do damage. EU is still down almost half of his health. It doesn't matter, though. In a 3v5 situation, it's going to be very easy for M80 to win this and very challenging for TSM, who's going to have to play retake here against 5 other people. Now, we do have GMD up in heaven, but he got pretty low health. Nature with the shock dart able to take a Koala Noob who was pretty low on health. The only other the only other person on M80 who's low on health is that EU. Xander just waiting for the right moment to use his blind, and he's using it. They're playing very, very good post plant, preventing them from getting on the site. TSM's running out of time. I mean, the spike's been up for quite a little while now, and it's entering that second phase. I mean, they gotta get to it. They gotta get through it. EU with the wallbang just gonna take out GMD, and it might be time for TSM to back up and save. The spike's about to go off. They're just gonna prevent them from exiting. They're gonna just watch those exit. You get Corey up with the classic. They're not looking. And EU able to get that collateral headshot. Does die to the spike, but it may have been worth it for the ace with EU. Very nice run for EU. Very nice run for TSM. Overall, and now, very nice run for EU. Very nice run for M80. TSM had a very poor run. They did get ace. That's not gonna feel good. And that double collat headshot at the end is just the cherry on top. A 1-4 score. M80 does have quite a bit of momentum, but TSM finally has enough money to full buy. M80 also has the money to full buy, so this is really going to be a good round to show which team is really going to be best. I mean, after that first pistol round, M80 just took it, and we do see that op on Corey going to just take them out, denying the op that TSM had. A little bit of an ego peak there that Koala Noob won, and now TSM is going to have to fight through a 4v5 situation. Gonna be difficult. TSM playing back a little bit back. We do actually have GMD pushed up into that short, and M80 starting to play more towards that mid. We do see two of them in that grass, and then the other one's kind of looking at window. They've got Koala Noob watching that flank from A with the op, it looks like, and EU gonna bird in, get that trapwire just to get it out of the way, deny TSM that vision that they would have had. And it looks like M80 is not going to push through A. We do have GMD who's just watching short right now. See what happens with that. Looks like GMD is going to greet them, but Xander there to outgun him, taking him out. It's now 3v5. That was a big buy round from TSM with the operator, and they were expecting to try and win this round, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to do that. Oh man, Nature into Heaven is just dinked to shreds through that wall. Or sorry, through that smoke. And is going to get down to 5 health. It's not a good round for them. And it looks like they're just going to save, which is probably the safest option here. I mean, they're very low on health here. And very low on numbers. It's going to be a flawless round from M80, it looks like. Unless John Cutie pushes into this C and is taken out. Nature sees him first, but John's just more reactant. Takes out Nature, and I mean, yeah, it is going to be a flawless round. It looks like from M80. 2 of the TSM members alive, trying to save their guns. Nismo gonna push this. Decides to concuss out. Hayes ready for it though. Takes out Nismo. It's not gonna be a flawless round off of that kill, but still a pretty nice match for TSM, or sorry, for M80. Decent for TSM. They got to save some of their guns, but that was a big buy round. That was a big buy round. So losing that round was not good for them. TSM's gonna take this time out. They need to restructure. I mean, they're on a 3-game losing streak. M80 won 2 rounds. TSM won a round, and now M80 is just winning pretty badly against TSM. I mean, TSM is kind of getting destroyed here. They definitely don't want to be completely destroyed. Like I said, I said we might be able to see a close game. It might be like that, but I really do expect M80 to win this, and this is what we're looking at. I mean, M80 is sort of just rolling through TSM right now. It's also Haven was picked by M80, so this is sort of to be expected that they play better on this map. So hopefully for TSM, maybe next game they can start to play better, because it looks like M80's on course to win this. Score 1-5, and in this first half, and M80 just having an amazing attacking round, and we'll see if on the defense maybe they can choke it like they did to OR, but I doubt it. And yeah, M80 is just gonna come in up to that A. It looks like they're gonna push into A. They're leaving that spike back. Maybe just play default. Is what it looks like. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna just be a little bit Oh wow. Okay, so it looks like a pretty aggressive push here from GMD and Corey, just pushing up here, and now Xander's just holding that. So GMD might peek that. It actually does get smoked off, and Xander just decides to shoot through it, and he does manage to actually get a hit off of GMD. And I mean, M80 is just, you know, this default play is pretty good. I mean, they've been able to deal some damage. They haven't gotten any picks, and it looks like they're going to be bringing that spike more towards C, and may just be pushing down C. EU doesn't get any vision with that owl and decides to just back up. And now it looks like M80's, yeah, it looks like they're just going to be pushing into C now. There is a Cypher trip, which they will, unfortunately for them, just have to trip. Koala Noob dodging that trip there and does just jump up and through with the operator, and they're just going to start planting. TSM does know that they're there, though. EU playing back in their spawn, waiting for that alert. And GMD might get spotted here. Nope, goes through window. EU almost certainly does hear that sound. Hayes sees him, takes him out. And Nismo takes out Corey in garage. 4v4 right now. TSM is down on guns, so this is not their round to win, but they do want to do some damage on this light buy. Xander able to get 2 kills on 7 and Nature, but Hazed and GMD firing back. Koala finishing off GMD. It's a 1v2 right now against an operator, and Koala's just gonna be able to win that because of an op diff, taking out Hayes. 1-6 is the score right now. M80 has officially secured at least half of the half, but will likely continue to win rounds, as it looks like that overtime. Sorry, that timeout from TSM may not help them. We do see they definitely played a little bit better. They did get a few more kills, and especially considering that this was a save round, it was a decent save round. And now they do have the money to buy, and they hurt M80's econ just a little bit. Not too much, and M80 obviously has a strong econ from winning so much. But was a decent, it's been decent so far, or that was a decent save round from TSM. And now moving into this round, M80 is doing a little bit of a split push, you know, looking at that mid. They've got Koala Noob with the op in that garage window. Sees him. Hits his legs, though, with that jump. And it looks like Nature's just going to back off from that. Doesn't want to deal with that. Sends that drone through to see if anybody's pushing, which nobody is. And in fact, they're backing up. And they're looking more towards that A push. They do have Xander just sitting in that A short. Is Corey going to see him? I mean, he's watching it from up above. Is Xander going to push out from that? We'll have to wait and see, as the rest of M80 is pushing down long. No noise made yet, except for some guns cocking, and no util used yet. Checking for that cypher trip, but none is there. Does see Koala able to take him out with that Vandal. Hazed able to take John Cutie out, and also Koala Noob denying that entry frag. EU able to take Nature. Sorry, I'm reading that. Okay, so GMD able to actually take out 2, and now it's a 2v1. This is looking good for TSM. They just have to take out EU, which they do. That's going to be another win for TSM. 2-6. They're 4 rounds away from tying up this half. That's definitely what they want to do. They want to carry that momentum, but they took a big hit. They did buy that round, and a lot of them died, so their econ's not going to be the best. They're obviously going to try and carry this momentum, but M80 just had more money saved, so M80 is going to be able to full buy again. TSM not going to be able to full buy again despite their victory. They're going to have to buy guns and light shield. We just that Ares and a full shield from Nature. It's going to be interesting to just see how people play right now. M80, of course, does have that full buy again. They don't have an operator. They do want to save that money just a little bit in case they do lose again. And 7 puts that camera out and immediately catches them. Koala trying to shoot him, but 7 there to take out John Cutie and Nismo. You finally shutting 7 down. Hayes cheating out Koala, and Xander getting in on site. Hayes, however, going to get that 3K, going to finish off Xander and EU. That's all the kills. TSM just won another round. That's going to be a big round because now they do have the econ to buy a little bit. Obviously, they did still spend a lot. They're not gonna be able to full buy quite yet. They don't have quite that much momentum. But M80 Still going to be able to buy. They did have quite a good game. But now, if they do lose this next round, they won't be able to full buy next round. I mean, they're full buying this round, but if they lose, I mean, we're looking at John Cutie, who has 0 credits right now. I mean, if they do lose this round, TSM will be up on their money. M80 will start to be down, and it'll give TSM the momentum they need. TSM just needs to win this round. This is a big round for TSM to maybe gain some more of an advantage. But we'll have to wait and see. We do see 7 does get that ping off, shooting through that smoke, does end up taking out Xander as he peeks through, takes out Koala, who was going for the shorty, able to get a 4K. John Cutie finally finishing him off, and now it's a 1v3 situation. A very nice round from 7, who got that 4K, taking out 4 of the members before John Cutie finally shut him down. Now TSM is just going to have to play together. I mean, that's at the end of the day. They're just going to have to peek together, swing together, and that's it. John Cutie now just going to have to plant and play by himself. Doesn't have Spike. Doesn't have Spike down. Gonna peek this garage. Nobody's in window, but 2 are waiting. Does manage to take out Corey, but GMD gonna shut that 3K down. Very nice round from 7, who's gonna get that 4K, and it was cleaned up. It was cashed in on, and like I said, that was a very important round in the econ tides. In switching who had the best econ, that was the round. So now TSM actually has better econ, and they're going to be able to buy more here. And we do look at M80, who's their econ's now going to be down. They're not going to be able to full buy. Like I said, they spent all their money on the previous round, hoping they could win it, but they couldn't. And now it's 4-6. This is really big for TSM, who's finally starting to take some strides in the half. M80 won 2 rounds, TSM won 1. Then M80 won 4 rounds in a row before TSM has come back and won 3 rounds in a row. Big win streak for them. Could they win a few more? Could they win 2 more and tie up the half? That'd be big for them. I mean, honestly, like I said, I don't think they're going to win even a game. I mean, I think there's a good chance M80 could just win this 2-0. But for TSM doing their best, and if they can just tie up a first half, I mean, that's a good start for TSM to show that they do have it in them to fight against a team like M80, who is one of the top in challengers. And now we're looking at that timeout from M80. Did they restructure? Did they decide they want to do stuff differently? Are they going to be playing differently? Like I said, TSM has the money to full buy. M80 does not. They are gonna decide to buy guns and the shield. We do have Koala Noob, who has the knives, and it looks like they're gonna use them now. We do have 2 ults for TSM, only 1 for M80. Will TSM be using them, or are they just gonna save them for that last round? We'll have to wait and see. It looks like Xander's pushing up here. 7 is there. 7's there. In the odd chance that Koala pushes up, 7 would be there and ready. Or sorry, in the off chance that Xander pushes up. Is Xander gonna push up? No, it looks like he's just watching it. And M80 slowly pushing into into A, which it does happen to be where 7 is set up, who had an amazing round last round, getting a 4K. So 7 could be a dangerous player right now. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, Xander's pushing in. Is he gonna hit that trip? I don't think he does. He's backing up. I think he knows that trip is there. Yes, he does know that the trip is there, and he's like debating whether or not he should shoot it, just watching it. I don't think they're gonna push through short. I mean, they're going through long. There is a trip on long, so you know, if they do end up pushing through that, obviously Koala can just dash above it, but does get hit by the tripwire, does break it. But now they know. Now everybody knows. Koala gonna go down to short and take out 7, not giving him a chance to breathe. And now TSM's gonna have to push in and play this retake in a 4v5 situation. The spike is down. We do have GMD Heaven. We get that lockdown. Is that a lockdown? Yeah. Yes. It looks like we have that lockdown down from Killjoy. Sorry about that. We get that lockdown down. Gonna push TSM off. TSM did save up some money, so even if they lose, they should be able to buy next round. But it looks like they might just want to save. That is what it looks like. They want to save, try and get that 5-7 advantage going into the next half. I think they would be able to buy. Actually, not all of them. Just GMD and Nature, I think, would be able to buy. So it is probably a safer move to just try and save. Watching those exits, Hayes waiting in case somebody pushes out. We may see that Niswa actually gets taken out by the spike. That's not going to be great for them. M80 did save a little bit, not really, but it doesn't really matter because they did win that round. So now they're going to have the econ to buy. TSM also has the econ to buy. They did save their guns. 4 out of the 5 players did not die last round, which is going to be good for them. Now they want to get this 5-7 advantage. They saved last round, so that way they could use, that way they could play this round. Now we do have Seven's ult, who's probably going to try and use it this round and get some good vision when he gets the chance. That's the issue with Cypher's ult. It's very situational. It's very useful in certain situations and not others. Xander just TPing across to try and get that kill, but Xander firing through the smoke. Sorry, GMD firing through the smoke back at Xander, taking him out. Koala is pushing through this garage. Did Nature see him? I don't know if Nature saw him. I don't think so. And Koala's actually just going to be able to get all the way through garage and take out Hazed, and that's going to be a 4v4 now. Koala taking out Corey, going to make it a 3v4. TSM's in a tough spot. GMD there to take Koala Noob out, though. EU trying to fire and get those wall bangs. Lots of kills exchanged. EU and Nismo both getting kills. It's a 1v3 right now. Nature's not going to win that as they get flanked by John Cutie. That's going to be 8 out of the 4 rounds. Or sorry, 8 out of the 12 rounds to M80 in that first half. 4 going to TSM. Definitely a better performance than we thought we were going to see from TSM. Did get that 3 round win streak towards the end there. Maybe it looked like they were going to be able to come back, maybe even tie it up. Weren't able to get there. M80 was going to win 2 more rounds after that to finish up the half. Pretty good half from both teams. Obviously, M80 is on top, and I do expect M80 to win here. But we can look at that 4K from 7, which is just insane. Very nice play there. And we do see a good performance from both teams. But like I said, TSM is just disadvantaged. This isn't their map. They didn't pick it. They're not practiced on it. I'm sure they practiced for the inevitability of facing up against M80. But obviously, you can only do so much practicing until the actual match. TSM is pushing this, and EU is actually, while getting that orb, going to get spotted but taken out. Xander pushing up very aggressively. GMD is going to take him out. Nismo going to take out Nature, but then 7 going to take out Nismo. EU's very low right now, and it's a 3v3 situation. Actually, many members of TSM are low as well. We've got Corey with 30 health, 7 with 48 health. EU being the sole... no, there's actually 2 of them on a site. Corey does finish off EU. Koala taking out 7. Keep it it was a 2v2, but then GMD did take out Koala Noob as Koala Noob was trying to exit, and now it is a 2v1. It's just John Cutie. Can he defend the site? Can he take it back? Can he clutch this round? No. Corey just going to play a little bit better to take out John Cutie, and that's going to win that first round for TSM. Like I always say, you win that first pistol round, you got a good chance of winning the next few rounds. Maybe get 2 rounds total, maybe 3 rounds total. We've seen. I don't think TSM's going to be able to get those 3 rounds, but I'm sure they can at least use this money to probably get another round. And they could be looking at a 6 to 8 before M80 sort of gets the ground. We do see M80 saving pretty heavily here. TSM buying, so it's going to be a big gun dip. M80 banking on that 3rd round and a half, having the money. They obviously are going to try and win this round, but it is TSM on attacking with better guns. And they're pushing down C. Nobody's watching it. All we have is a Killjoy turret coming in from that garage. And it looks like we're going to get that concuss into that garage entrance. And it looks like TSM is just going to be able to get right in. And they do. Are they going to get to plant? I don't know. M80 with the flank on 7 is going to take him out. And it looks like TSM is just going to get that flank, or sorry, that plant down. So 4v5 for TSM, but they are going to be able to play post-plant, which obviously is one of the most practiced things, is trying to get that post-plant down. TSM now just going to be able to play post-plant. Hopefully they can get that advantage. GMD taking out Koala, Nature taking out Xander, John Cutie getting that kill on GMD, but Nature getting that kill on EU, Corey getting that kill on John Cutie. Nature was blind, but Corey defended him, taking out Nismo. And very good round for TSM. Of course, they did have the guns there. They should have won that round. But that win is going to be good for them. Now they have a little bit more econ to work with. And they should be able to try and carry that momentum. On the flip side, though, M80, having saved that round, is going to have more money. They're going to be able to buy full loadouts now. TSM also going to be buying full loadouts. It looks like actually maybe just saving the rounds they had from last round. Yeah, that is what it looks like, excluding the Vandal from Haze. Everybody sort of just saved. and bought full shield. So that way they could sort of maintain that econ. That's probably the best choice after winning those 2 rounds. You don't want to get too excited about a matchup like this against M80. You don't want to just think you can win it, but we'll see what happens. Again, we did see Hayes with the Vandal. We'll see if he can get those kills and cash in on that use. They're going to be pushing right into B. Corey able to take out Nismo. Corey also able to take out Koala Noob, the 2 people who were on B. Now firing into that A-Link, they did see somebody, and that person was John Cutie, and they did a lot of damage. Hayes able to take out you with that Vandal like we talked about. Picking up guns. Now Corey has a Vandal. Hayes has a Vandal. It's going to be better for TSM here. On a round where they didn't want to spend so much money, it's going to pay off. Able to take out John Cutie just because they were low on health. But then Xander trades it, and then GMD comes in and takes out Xander. Going to make it a 4-player still alive from TSM. Almost a flawless round. Not quite, though. But still a very, very good round from TSM. On a round where they didn't spend very much money, it's going to be good for them overall. Their econ's going to be there. M80 did spend a lot of their money. It was a save round for them. TSM's having a pretty good game right now. I'm going to be honest, in this second half, winning this many rounds in a row. I mean, they came in with 4 rounds. They've won 3 in a row. I'm not saying it's impossible for M80 to continue to win, and I do think they just need to get their guns back and sort of restructure themselves, maybe take another time out. TSM just having a really good time right now. Koala Noob pushes up quite a bit, doesn't pay off. Corey able to take them out. I mean, this is definitely not what they were looking for. This is not what M80 was looking for, was sacrificing players in the middle in exchange for maybe doing some damage to Corey. But we do see Corey does have that ultimate. We can look forward to that in future rounds. I doubt that's going to be used this round, just with the amount of health that they are down. We do see Nature droning through that garage. Are they going to push into it? Doesn't look like it. Corey was sort of looking in there, sort of playing back. EU gets that Marshall shot off on 7. 7 now down to 48 health. And Hayes firing down there. Nature getting that pick on EU. Big picks here. We've got 45 seconds for TSM to plan, and it looks like they're going to be going A. M80 knows this. And they're actually all going to be already rotating onto site, and we're going to have people on site already. Site's not clear. John Cutie's there. Are they going to think that the site's clear? I think they did. A little bit surprised. John Cutie, Nismo, and Xander all able to get kills and some trades off. It's now a 2v1. Still TSM has the advantage. Hayes is going to be able to take out Xander. Again, that was a gun diff situation. But it was pretty well played from TSM. A little bit chaotic there as they entered site, thinking it was empty when it wasn't. A little bit scary. But they've tied it up. They managed to tie it up into the second half. After having a pretty poor defense round, TSM now on this attacking is actually doing really well. They've gotten a 4-round win streak. M80 has not won a single round so far in this half. Very, very big half for TSM. And we could see an upset. Like I said, I think I really did think M80 was going to get a 2-0 victory here. Especially considering, hey, if it is their map, I'd expect M80 to be doing better here. But as we've seen with the previous with the previous game today, and then the game yesterday, with Shopify, it didn't go as planned. Corey pushes up quite far and does manage to get a kill, but is traded off. TSM off of that, though, is going to be able to push into C, and they're planning. Nature's going to get that spike down. We've got 3 of the 4 current M80 members alive, sitting in that CT. It looks like they might just be waiting for Koala Noob before they really push in. I mean, they are at a player deficit, but all 3 are going to be pushing together, coming out of that CT. Nobody's watching CT, though. Nobody's just staring straight at it in case of that play that we are seeing. We do see that blind, and it's huge. Xander able to get a kill on GMD, but Nature and Hayes both getting kills. Koala has an op getting that kill on Hayes, but TSM 7 able to get 2 kills. Again, we're seeing 7 pull through, just doing some incredible work here. TSM is now winning. In the second half, they've come back, and they are winning. This isn't a repeat of M80's game last week, where they lost 10-1 against that game against OR. But they aren't performing as well as everybody thought they would. And TSM was performing probably better than I thought they would. I mean, going into this game, it didn't look great in the first half for TSM. They were able to kind of come back maybe towards the end of that first half, but not really. And M80 was at an advantage of 8-4. But they haven't won a single round so far. TSM is on a 5-round win streak. Bigger than any win streak M80 had in that first half while they were on attacking. So TSM's doing really, really well. Unfortunately, sorry, unfortunately for Koala Noob, he goes in with that ult, trying to do some damage. Doesn't really. He does get some damage done to Nature, but isn't able to get any kills. Not going to be great. Hayes able to get that kill on Xander. And now M80's down 2 players. Hayes going to be watching that window. Is EU going to push through that? No. EU decides to play back. And it looks like TSM is going to be pushing into A. There are 2 on site. We've got Nismo and John Cutie. We do see that turret go down. Corey's not expecting the person behind them, but Nismo's not peeking that. And even after coming out unexpectedly, Corey's able to take him out, and it's just down to EU, who have been shooting that hell, trying to get any quick kills or some quick damage done in a 1v5 situation. I'm not expecting M80. I'm not expecting EU to get this win. Maybe we could see a 1v5 ace clutch, but I doubt it. I mean, M80 is having a surprisingly poor game. I'm not gonna lie. I'm surprised in the second half that they're just not playing well. Obviously, this was a save round, but I've seen that even when they do have the guns, they're just not doing it. We're gonna see a 6th round in a row one here for TSM. M80 still not having won a single round so far. Gets that arrow off, just trying to do some damage, maybe catch those exits. TSM not going to push that though, and in fact, Hayes being the only one that's in that side. Looks like EU is just going to sacrifice himself to that spike, and it's going to be a flawless round. It doesn't count as flawless because they did not kill EU. But it was still a very, very good round there from TSM, who is now up 10-8. They're getting that advantage. They're getting that lead. They're starting to widen that gap. M80 has already taken, I believe, both of their timeouts, so I'm not really sure how they restructure themselves going forward from here. I mean, TSM might just have this. They've won 6 rounds in a row, and M80 hasn't even gotten... I mean, they've gotten close to winning, but TSM's just been dominating this half. I mean, M80 did pretty well on the attacking, but TSM still won some rounds. And we're seeing here that M80 is not winning a single round. Koala Noob with that operator, though, does get a nice kill, and then we see that ult come out. Doesn't do any damage, though. It's gonna be interesting to see this. We do see M80 setting up while TSM plants. We get that bird drone, and he actually shoots through into hell, but misses with that operator. Could have done some real damage. Koala Noob in Evan with that op. We do see that that lockdown go down. Are they just gonna try and get that half on the defuse? I don't know, but GMD and Nature doing some damage. We get a little bit of a trade going on. It's a 2v1 right now for TSM. They did quite a bit of damage. Nismo down to 13 health. He's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. The spike is down. He may just want to... It looks like he's just going to save. And to be honest, it's probably the safest move here. M80 down with on a lot of their econ. I mean, they saved the previous round. They full bought this round. Their econ's just not doing great right now. And TSM having an incredible half. 7 rounds in a row now won for TSM. Just an incredible half for TSM. Probably performing way better than anybody's expecting. M80 definitely not feeling great right now. I mean, they chose this map and they're losing to TSM pretty badly. Oh, M80 did have a timeout left and they're taking it now. Probably a smart move. TSM 2 rounds away from winning. Now, TSM is 1 round away from securing at the very least an overtime possibility. M80 definitely doesn't even want them to get to that 12th round. M80 wants to win 5 rounds in a row. TSM not going to allow that, definitely does not want to allow that to happen. They're on a 7-round win streak, and they definitely want to make it a 9-round win streak and just win completely in the second half. We're just seeing that M80, although their top frag does have more kills than TSM's top frag, they're just... TSM as a team is playing a little bit better, just that much better than M80, and M80 just can't get any grounds with that econ, and TSM just having a solid econ. Even if M80 does get a single round win, TSM, or even 2-round wins in a row, TSM may have 2 or even 3 round losses in a row with still being able to full buy. TSM's econ is very steady here. After winning so many rounds in a row, it's difficult not to imagine the possibility of M80 just completely losing here. We are going to see here. Looks like TSM is going to be pushing into mid. They've been pushing A pretty harshly, and it looks like M80 is prepared for that possibility, but TSM just going to be pushing. They do throw that arrow into garage, doesn't see anybody, and off of that just runs, and we get that Corey ultimate. does some damage, but doesn't get any kills. Could have killed John Cutie, but doesn't. Xander taking out Corey after that fact. GMD is blinded by that Omen, but actually far enough up that he can just take out Xander, seeing through that blind. And now we're looking at a 4v4. Not great for M80. John Cutie's down on a lot of health. TSM has a lot more health. GMD's a little bit low in health, but it has more health than John Cutie. Nismo also down on a little bit of health. Shots being fired through that smoke. GMD and 7 just watching that CT. Nismo just looking, and they're pushing, and Koala actually able to take both GMD and 7. John Cutie able to take out Nature. GMD only getting 1 kill. It's a 1v3. Hayes does take out EU, but John Cutie finishes off, and M80 gets their first round in this half. Looks like that timeout did do something. M80 did win 1 round. Again, they don't want TSM to get that 12th round, but like I said, TSM has a very stable econ, and they did some good damage to to M80. So M80's not going to be able to full buy. They're going to be some light buys, so TSM still has the money advantage. They still have the gun and shield and util advantage, which M80 just doesn't have. Because M80 is so down on econ, it's going to be easier for TSM to maintain this momentum, and hopefully they can. Hopefully for TSM, they can maintain that momentum and not let 1 round get them down, and at least get to that 12th round and secure the possibility of an overtime in the off chance that M80 gets on a nice win streak. We do see 4 out of the 5 members of M80 on A. We've got Koala Noob push up quite a bit. Xander also pushing down that short, and only 1 member on B, which is actually where TSM is going to be playing, pushing pretty heavily in. John Cutie able to hold it down, getting that kill on Corey, and off of that, TSM's going to run off. And M80, thinking they're going to push into A, is actually running back to A. TSM's running to C. Nobody's on C. There's no Killjoy set up on C. We do have that alarm bot in garage. They've given that vision, but it doesn't matter. It looks like it doesn't affect them. We get that GMD ult. It doesn't hit anybody because nobody's on the C. TSM's going to be able to plant. A little bit of an interesting play from M80, putting so many on A with very little on C and B. None in garage, just relying on that Killjoy vision. M80 Koala Noob able to take out Hayes, and now it's just GMD who's able to take out EU from garage. It's just GMD holding down garage, able to get a nice 3 kill before he's shut down. John Cutie having a very nice round, able to shut everyone down. That's going to be another round for M80. That timeout was big. Apparently that timeout was what M80 needed. They needed that little boost of inspiration. TSM now definitely wants to grasp for that 12th round and secure that overtime. I mean, they had some room to breathe just with their econ and with how many rounds they were up. They're running out of that room to breathe. They need to take another deep breath, and they need to win 1 more round. I mean, they're just not getting there. I think M80 is having almost like a second wind. They were, they lost 7 rounds in a row and decided, nope, that's it. That's enough. 7 is too many, and we're going to start taking it back, and that's what they're doing. TSM was able to gain that 3 round lead, and now M80 taking back that lead. 1 round away from tying it up, and 2 rounds away from gaining that advantage back. And TSM at this point definitely just wants to secure that overtime. Xander able to take out Nature, GMD, and Corey, and get the spike down. That was big there from Xander. A really big play, and not even down that much health. M80 having a really good round right now. They now have the spike down. It's down to TSM, and they may just decide to save. I mean, they are running out of money here. Hayes does still have pretty good econ, so it makes sense that he might want to try. But, I mean, it may make more sense to save here. Just with how badly they were losing. We do see Hayes, with how bad their econ is going to be now, and they definitely want to still have a fighting chance. We do see Hayes coming into heaven. And we see 7 in that CT position. We see Hayes TP down, and they're starting to push in a little bit. We do have Koala Noob watching that short, and I think TSM's just going to walk back and decide to save. They don't have a whole lot of time to make something happen. In a 2v4 or in a 2v5 situation, it's not the easiest. I said 2v4 because there's only 4 watching the spike, but it looks like TSM's just going to save, and that's probably the smartest move here. I mean, TSM has it's just down on econ after such a massive, a little bit of a massive comeback here from M80 after a 7 round loss streak. Getting this nice 3 3 now 3-round win streak. They're going to be doing better. And now it's tied up once again. We've seen it tie up quite a bit. Could this be the moment? TSM just needs 1 round to secure that overtime and not have to worry about econ anymore. This is the last round where they might have some econ. If they lose to M80 on this round, it's not going to be good for them. And TSM taking their final timeout, this is the best time to use it. They want to secure at the very least 1 round, if not 2 more rounds. We'll see if this TSM timeout can help them. They took a timeout last game, and it didn't actually help them that much. Or sorry, last half. They took that timeout. Didn't help them a whole lot. They continued to play pretty poorly. And then suddenly in this half, they just boosted ahead. So maybe now that they're on the attacking, the timeout will be more useful and to their advantage. We'll have to see. I mean, M80 just having that perfect, nicely timed three-round win streak. They saw TSM was about to get to that possibility of overtime, and they got a little scared and kicked into action, kicked it into gear. We're going to be coming back now right after this TSM timeout, it looks like. And it looks like I have a feeling TSM may be able to secure at least 1 more round. I mean, think about it this way. M80 needs 2 more rounds. TSM at the very least wants to secure that overtime, just needs 1. And I think that 1 is definitely possible. M80 definitely doesn't want it to go to that overtime. They've seen how poorly they've been performing this half. They definitely do not want that overtime. I don't think they're afraid of it, but I do think they would prefer something else. We do see that arrow forcing John Cutie back into garage. We do have that Killjoy setup, which could give some sort of alarm when they do start pushing in. We get that dash in from Corey. Just going to push through that into C where the rest of the players already are. John Cutie able to do quite a bit of damage to GMT. GMT looks like she's looking at that lockdown and she puts it down. That plant does go down. It's going to be a post-plant situation. And we do see Hayes still on site. What is he? I wonder what he's looking for. He does have that ult, and it looks like that's what he's banking on. It's a little bit of that ult just to avoid that lockdown. But after coming out of that ult, Koala's ready for it, takes him out. GMD does manage to concuss John Cutie, but not able to cash in on it. M80 getting that 3K, TSM getting 2, and a Koala just gonna shut him down. And that's gonna be that round to M80. They need 1 more round to secure this first game. It's been a long first game. TSM's been very, very strong in this half. Can they prove that they are strong and get to this overtime? They need this overtime possibility. At this point in the game, TSM just needs to get there. I mean, they're 1 round away. They have scraped together barely enough econ to survive this. And I'm kind of hoping TSM does get to this overtime because I was sort of excited when they started to get this win streak. I mean, everybody expected M80 to do well, and when you see a team that's not expected to do this well against a team like M80, it's a little bit exciting, and I was sort of hoping they could do well, but we do see EU getting that early kill on 7, Koala getting that omp kill on Hayes. It's just not going to be great for TSM. Corey does have that operator that he may be able to use. We do have Nature in that mid position. I mean, it's going to be tough. Can TSM do this? We have a big Killjoy lockdown on B, and we do have Corey watching the possibility of EU pushing out a little bit. We get that swarm down. What's going to happen next? GMD pushing in now. EU ready, waiting for somebody to just enter his line of fire. GMD getting that kill on John Cutie, and that flash comes out from GMT. GMD able to use that flash and take advantage and kill EU, and that's going to level the playing field. It's now a 3v3 situation. Nature wasn't actually pushing out the site. Just in case there was a death there, he wasn't pushing in yet, but now he's pushing in. It looks like M80's just going to let them plant and play that post-plant retake. They don't have any ults to work with. TSM does. They do have that GMD ult, and I think as soon as GMD gets the opportunity to use it, he will, because this is the last round no matter what. Corey watching it. That arrow goes down. Does not spot Koala Noob. Corey ready for that. Gets his ult up, and now he has knives. Is he going to be able to use them? He panics a little bit. Isn't able to get that hit off on Koala Noob. We see GMD just playing that, trying to get that Xander kill, able to do a lot of damage. Corey taking out Koala while GMD gets that 3K, finishing it off. taking it to overtime. This is going to be a good game. TSM, now we're switching sides. It's going to be pretty crazy, okay? TSM had a very nice attacking round, didn't do so great on the defense. If this continues, M80 could do, well right now, because they did switch sides. Now they're on attacking. They want to win this round. This is their round to win. I think if TSM can win this round, they may also be able to carry that to winning the next round. Now remember, this is M80's chosen map, so they do want to win this. If there's a map they want to win, it's definitely this one. If TSM can secure this win, they've got a good chance of winning that Ascent, knowing that they have better practice on that map. Moving into it, we do look at M80, who is going to be pushing down into A, it looks like. Alright, and we do see Hayes, like, TPing in, trying to get that util usage, which he does. And now they're going to be pushing, it looks like, into B, which nobody's really holding. I mean, we did see M80 when they were on defense holding B pretty strongly. They did have a lot of that Killjoy util a lot of the time. All of them are pushing Hayes right now. He's shooting through that smoke. He's able to do quite a bit of damage. Koala down a lot of health, and so is Nismo, and they might just back off of that. I mean, that was some good spraying from Hayes. We do see that blind, yeah, we do see that smoke from Hayes, just trying to keep them off. We also see a smoke, and it looks like M80 is just going to be pushing almost entirely into that garage. That Cam 7 had up is shot down, and they're pushing into C. Nismo's going first, who doesn't have a lot of health. Could it be a strategy just to get some vision? No, he's backing off. Now, all of M80 is damaged. Xander able to kill 7 before 7 can cash in. Xander does have the most health, other than John Cutie, who is not damaged. And they're planting. So it's now up to TSM in a 4v5 situation. But remember, M80's very down on health. I mean, their health is very, very poor. And it's going to be difficult. Corey dashing up, gets shot down by Nismo. John Cutie killing Hayes. Nature coming in, killing Xander and Nismo, cashing in on that low health. Now just Koala also has low health, but he's holding it with an operator. Swings the gun around to try and get that kill, but doesn't get it. GMD taking out John Cutie, who had the most health. Koala Noob finally shutting down Nature. And it's now down to GMD to win this 1v2 situation. We get that op shot. Down so low on health. Able to get that kill. But that spike is down. That spike is down, and he's not going to be able to defuse it. That's that round to M80. That was the round M80 needs. Now M80 just needs to win the tough fight. TSM had an incredible attacking round, and they may just win this round, continuing this overtime. M80 needed to win that round, and they did. TSM needs to win this round. This is the round they are supposed to win. M80 won the round they are supposed to win. So now, TSM needs to win the round they're supposed to win. I mean, they did better on attacking, so you'd expect them to win this attacking round. I mean, there's a reason it's this close. But we also did see M80 come back quite strongly on the defense towards the end there, and that's what ended up in this overtime situation. After TSM had an incredible attacking phase, M80 was able to come back a little bit. We'll see how this pans out. We'll see if M80 is able to stick that. And we do see TSM pushing out here. And it looks like they're going to be pushing into A. GMD very low on health. Xander just sitting in that A short. Are they going to be expecting Xander to be where he is? No, they're not. Xander's going to be able to take up both 7 and Hayes. An incredible lurk there. GMD coming in. Nismo shutting him down. GMD already low on health, and they get that spike down. It's now a 2v5. This is what M80 needed. This is what they need to shut this down. 2v5. Will TSM be able to clutch a 2v5 situation? We'll have to see. We do have Koala Noob with that operator once again, opting for the op rather than shield. We do get EU pushing out, taking quite a bit of damage while dealing not too much damage. I mean, this is going to be tough. Nature gets shot through that smoke, trying to cross. That is difficult. Corey doesn't know if anybody's flanking. Nobody is. Shoots back through the smoke, taking out Koala Noob, who had the operator. Good for him. And now it is a 1v4. Corey very down in health, only has 20 health. It's going to be difficult. Ayu taking him out. And that's going to be that game to M80. Very, very nice round there from M80. I mean, I think TSM came in swinging, and M80 tried to cash in on that. They tried to come back and cash in on that. I mean, I think TSM had a very M80 had a very nice first half. TSM had a very nice second half. And it just came down to who was going to be better in overtime. And overall, M80 was just doing better in both halves. I think TSM had a very nice win streak in the second half, but when it came towards the end, M80 was playing better. And I think that's why they were able to win the overtime so quickly and not have to go to, 2 or 3 overtime matches. Just really a very, very nice overall play from both teams. I think TSM did better than we were expecting, especially considering the fact that this is M80's map. I mean, M80 was supposed to really just dominate that map, knowing how well M80 plays and knowing how well TSM plays. I mean, M80 was just supposed to play better. I mean, TSM is a good team, but they just weren't going to be the best of the best. And M80 does seem to be the best of the best. So that's why M80 was so favored to win. The fact that they didn't was actually really, really impressive. I do want to hear what the commentators have to say so far.
From a dash into B or something like that. But TSM, again, what a comeback from them. It was, again, from 4-8 to 11-8. That is 5 rounds. Excuse me, what am I saying? That is 7 rounds in a row from TSM over M80. M80 had this happen last week, and they immediately flipped it to like a 13-1 third map. So let's see if that's the same response. TSM need to continue this momentum. They need to remind themselves how they really put M80 in their place. Map number 2 coming up soon.
Yeah, I mean, overall, it was a really impressive match from both sides. But seeing that match, I do sort of now, I'm starting to think we could be looking at a dominant performance here from TSM. I mean, it was a pretty impressive performance and from TSM on M80's chosen map. So now that it's TSM's chosen map, I would not be surprised if TSM managed to take this win here. I believe we're going to be on Pearl. I could be wrong about that. I probably am wrong about that. But I do believe it's going to be a Pearl match. And then, no, it's Ascent, I believe. So it's going to be an interesting match for sure. I do like Ascent as a map. I think it's very, I think it's one of the bigger maps and it has a lot more like different strategy you can play around. And I think to see TSM in their element, I mean, this is their chosen map. They wanted this map. I'd expect them to play pretty well, especially considering their performance. Again, their performance against M80 on M80's map was pretty impressive. Like they said, going from 4 to 11, that's 7 rounds in a row. It was 4-8 to 11-8. They didn't let M80 get a single round. For 7 rounds, M80 couldn't get a round. But once M80 started winning, TSM took it back. We'll see if they can continue to have such a dominant performance moving into this next half. We're going to go ahead and take a look at the Knights Arena page and see any cool clips that we have. Looks like we do. Go ahead and check this out.
Yeah. I think they're just looking for exits.
Yes, the EU AC.
They know it's just pistols.
Oh, it's going to get EU. Hunter's Fury.
Ooh, that's an ace coming out from EU.
That was a little bit of a lame clip, I'm going to be honest. But then we do have this clip from TS7, which is a very nice 4K there. Finally shut down by John Cutie. He got all the way in there, and then John Cutie was past him, but didn't know to turn around and see him there. Very nice play from 7. I mean, I was very impressed the whole time. What? Knights Arena liked your tweet. Oh, wow. Okay, in any case, very cool. I think a very nice performance. I'm impressed personally. I'm impressed with TSM. I'm impressed. I'm also very impressed with M80. I think that they were down quite a few rounds. I think TSM had a very good comeback, and I think to be able to say no, even though it feels like we were doing so much wrong right now, to like still have the perseverance to figure it out, come back, and get through it was incredible. I think it was very interesting just seeing the econ battle that ended up happening. And towards the end, I mean, it really looked like it could have been anybody's game with the way M80 did come back after being down 3 rounds from that TSM comeback. And then going to that overtime match, I honestly thought it could have been either team's game. Obviously, it was M80's map, so they should have won that. So we'll see if now that it's on TSM's map, we'll be able to win. Or sorry, TSM will be able to win, not we. I think I'm a little bit biased here. Still have not updated the scores from the latest Disguised and Mad Lions match, which did complete. We'll see when that gets completed, I suppose. Now we are just waiting for this next round to start. They did have some technical difficulties before this game started, so maybe could still be looking at some of that. But yeah, overall a very nice performance. Yeah, I mean I'm impressed, and yeah, I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see this next game. I think the performance. I was excited to see the game going into it, especially with the way that they performed, and then to see this second performance. Anyways, now we're just waiting for the game to start, I guess. Very nice win, overall. And I'm excited. I'm excited to see how this goes moving forward. Yeah, I do think, I mean, I was predicting that M80 would win 2-0, but the TSM's performance made me think that maybe TSM could win at least one. I mean, I think it might be a 2-1 victory for M80 now. I do still think M80 would win overall, but we did see that, and now we're back in it. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
First map in the series, I think a lot of people came into this one expecting an easy win for M80, but TSM fights back. I gotta say, Gus, it was a rough first half for you, but TSM stay alive. Incredibly, they forced things to overtime, but there was a world where that was actually their game. It went from being a loss, what looked like a loss at least, it was a 4-8 half, to a comeback, to then a loss again. TSM was riding the roller coaster.
No, absolutely. TSM, again, from the beginning, they had a huge task on their hands with M80 already super heating up on Haven last week. So going into this week, it would really have to come down to the defense of TSM and how they could mitigate M80. If they couldn't heat up on the attacking side and really like capital, M80 haven't been the best on that side, it had to come down to that. And they did. Not a lot of the rounds ended up coming down to the post plant that M80 really wanted. And in the first half, we had a lot of those 5v5s. But whenever M80 did get that plant down, you could see it on the map. They had multiple successful dubs on their hands whenever they were able to get into that scenario. But it was so close that you could really only call it at that, because the 8-4 half at the beginning was still very close. A lot of great rounds from TSM happened.
Let's also remember that when we came into this, we didn't really know what to expect from M80. We were concerned about the consistency issue we saw in the previous week as we watched M80 drop a map to OR East. Koala himself saying, hey, we just kind of got overconfident. We thought, we got a big lead. We got in our own heads and we allowed them to come back. That storyline was very much starting to play out here as they had an 8-4 lead, and then they started to watch the map slip away. And on top of that, too, we were talking about it coming in. TSM, we watched them play Haven, more recent history against a team that's often compared to M80 when talking about the teams competing in Challengers, in the Guard. They played in the Ludwig Tarek Invitational. They got 13-1. They were not playing well, and their attacking side was actually hot trash as they won one round out of 11 in the half. Here, their attacking side here was actually their bread and butter. Keg, I feel like this team on attacking side looked so much better than maybe I would have expected them to.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, again, going off of what we had seen previously from TSM, I don't think there was a lot of expectations for their attacking side. I was really impressed with especially the entry potential coming out from just about everybody on TSM. There were multiple instances where M80, they were perfectly set up for their defense, especially playing off each other in case someone, pushes in very aggressively against them, but even then, perfect reads coming out from TSM, disrupting everything, making sure their mid-round rotates were not viable whatsoever, and it was a big ripple effect, affecting the end round for M80, the majority of their defense, and they didn't really overcome that until they went for those pivotal timeouts.
Yeah.
Well, we can take a look at the map pool, too, so we can see where we're going next, because, again, it's not over, it is the best of 3, but just a weird first map.
Yes, like I already said, Ascent is the next pick, and it is TSM's pick. And their performance on Haven against M80 on M80's pick, I think was very unexpected. And quite frankly, I'm beginning to side more that M80 might win this matchup on Ascent. And the reason being, I think M80 picked Haven specifically because they had seen TSM's poor performance in the Ludwig Tarek Invitational against the Guard. I think they saw that poor performance, practiced Haven enough to feel like they could repeat the card essentially against TSM. TSM said no. We took a big fat loss in that invitational and did poorly, very, very poorly. But we're coming back. We want to prove that's not us, right? So that's why they did so well on Haven. And now that they're on Ascent, I think M80 may be more prepared to face up against TSM on Ascent than they were to face up against TSM on Haven, because TSM played very unexpectedly on Haven. I think M80 may just be able to play a little bit better against TSM here on Ascent, but I do want to hear what the other commentators have to say about this.
7-1 going into this map with wins over teams that y'all quite know. Shopify Rebellion, T1, Mad Lions. This map has a lot of tenure very early on for this young TSM lineup. And again, if there's ever a map that we could push into a map 3, it's going to be this one, and TSM are very thankful that they kept it in the pool.
Well, you know, I do have high expectations here for a third map, but Ascent could still go the way of M80. I feel like a lot of the series we've watched throughout these first 2 weeks, I know it's only the second day of the second week, but still, give me some slack. Looking at the first 2 weeks, we've seen a lot of teams lose their pick, win the opponent's pick, take things to a map 3. It feels like that's happened a lot, or even map picks that just go super weird and don't really make much sense. But I guess we'll have to see if we're going to go to that third map, because we've got our second one coming up in just a bit here. The agent select is ready, which means it's my time to bid you adieu, and I will see you on the other side of map numero dos.
Okay, all right.
All right, let's get going. I'm gonna... All right. I'm actually very excited for this one. I think it could be very, very interesting. TSM's chosen map could be very, very interesting, especially considering their performance against M80. Like I've already said, anyways, we've got Hazed on Astra, EU on that Fade, we've got 7 on the Sentinel as Killjoy, John Cutie on that Breach, and we've got Nature again on that Sova, Corey on that Jet. Yeah, Corey on that Jet, Koala Noob on the Jet as well, Nismo on the KO, GMD on the KO, Corey on the Jet, I already said that, and Xander on Astra. I think pretty similar picks, or at least a similar style of picks. We did see GMD again on that Initiator. John Cutie, who was on Sentinel last time, is now on that Initiator as Breach, and Nismo going KO this time. A little bit of some differentiating picks here. I mean, the roles I think are the same, excluding the... No, M80 does have one more Initiator. They're going for the triple Initiator, whereas TSM has 7 on that Killjoy. We'll see how they play. We've got TSM on attacking first. Let's see how it goes. And we see TSM pushing into mid a little bit. Gonna test that mid control, which Gualanoob was pushed up a little bit and doesn't get detected by that knife. Just seen Corey actually pushed out quite a ways. It's gonna get caught in that wall, hit by Nismo. Nismo also takes out 7, and that's gonna be an immediate advantage there for M80. But GMD firing back, getting EU in A main. Gonna make it a 4v3, a little bit easier for TSM, but not super easy. They are down players already. Down 1 player. It's going to be a 4v3, a little bit tougher for TSM, but we'll see how they play it. M80 is holding that tree with 2 players. They've got John Cutie and Nismo. There's lots of shots fired. Hazed is very low on health right now. Koala Noob able to take out GMD. Nature able to take out Nismo, though. And Xander taking out Hazed. I mean, lots of shots being fired elsewhere on the map. And now Nature, in a 1v2 situation, is just going to run it over to B. Sorry, a 1v3 situation.
So important. 1v3. No one is close. Nature doesn't have any shock darts, however.
Okay. Recon bolt is down. It's gonna tell Nature.
He uses that arrow to get some vision. M80 just rushing into sight. Takes out John Cutie. They know where he is now, though. He knows where they are. Sitting at that owl. He's a little bit exposed while he uses that. And they're actually going to defuse the spike from on those stairs. Nature has to retaliate. Xander just going to take him out. That's going to give the MED that first win. And like I always say, they should be able to turn that win into a few rounds, which TSM was able to do last game. And so was M80. Both teams won a pistol round and afterwards did go on to win 2 or 3 rounds in a row, including that first one. So I do think M80 should be able to turn this into something. TSM going to go for saving, obviously, because they just did not get the money, whereas M80 is going to have the advantage of being able to go for that money. And we see TSM pushing in pretty aggressively. John Cutie taking out Corey. John Cutie taking out Nature. Getting taken out by 7. Finally, not a very good trade. EU taking out GMD and Hayes. And this could be shut down very quickly. It is EU with the 3K finishing off 7. That's what happens when nobody has guns, though. I mean, that was definitely a gun differential. And it looks like M80. Well, I can't see you, but... from what I saw, maybe it's what I think it is. It does seem to be. It looks like they're just gonna hold on to their guns that they have from. Oh, a technical pause. It does look like though that M80 is going to be buying those, or sorry, M80 is going to be keeping those guns that they bought last round. That Judge, that Spectre, that Guardian, sort of just keeping what they had in order to allow themselves to. You know, keep that bonus, take that bonus econ, whereas TSM is full buying. Now, we actually saw this previously in the first round of last game, where this exact same thing happened. M80 won 2 rounds, held on to the guns they bought in that second round, and then TSM got that full buy, and then just you know, they did end up winning that round, that third round, so we may see another win from TSM, but with that said, M80 did do enough damage to TSM to weaken their econ to the point where they could not all full buy the round after that, in that 4th round. So just a little bit of an interesting econ game. We'll see what happens here. We do have a technical pause right now.
Instead of the Killjoy, they've opted for the Breach instead, and they've opted for pretty much triple Initiator in terms of Nismo, John, and EU. I mean, it is such a deadly combo on that attacking side, but I mean, on the defensive side, I'm still trying to think here. Are we just going to have M80 not be as fluid? Are we going to see them pretty much just hold on to these sides with men?
All right. Let's see, we're out of this technical pause. Nature setting that arrow down mid. Gonna just... It looks like they're just gonna push pretty aggressively through mid, where Koala Noob and EU are waiting. EU able to spot and take out Corey. Nismo now in that mid position. Koala Noob just gonna peek out on that flash on GMD. Nismo also getting a kill on 7. Already TSM at a big disadvantage. Xander with the Judge is just gonna not be able to take him out. Hayes is actually gonna dig Xander out, despite that Judge on A, and TSM needs to get that spike back. Completely flashed there from Nature. It doesn't take any damage though. We do have Hazed coming in now from that tree room. Gonna put those smokes down. Block that vision. Nismo gonna have to play through that. They're pre-firing, firing through that smoke. Just trying to keep them off. We get that molly down. TSM's not gonna be able to get that spike. They thought they did for sure, but seeing that it's still there, they run back, and we get that smoke down again, and now they're going to have it. And M80 is just going to run over to A. Not a lot of time for TSM. They don't have time to run to be, is what I would think. But it actually looks like Nature might be, as Nismo takes out Hayes. It's a 1v4 situation. It's kind of winnable. He's going to be able to get his spike down and just play post plant, but it's definitely going to be difficult. Looks like M80 is just going to play slow. They want to play together and play slow. They don't want to just get 1v4'd. And Nismo quickly sees him, takes him out. And that's going to be 3k for Nismo. Good round for Nismo and a good round for M80. TSM not able to win that third round despite having better guns. And now their econ's going to be bad. So M80 should win this. They won this round. They should win probably 2 more after, or sorry, at least this next one in round 4 and maybe even round 5 off of the econ bonus that they now have. TSM in a tough situation. 7 gonna buy for next. 7 did get that Phantom, but decided to switch over to a Stinger. As everybody decides to just buy for next with this full shield, light shield, and Stingers. And it looks like it's gonna be an aggressive A push. Pushing in pretty quickly, but Koala there to just shut them down. Koala and Xander working together, gonna get that spike down. Now it's just Hayes peeking through. I mean, they need to get that spike. Everybody's watching it now, though. We get a lot of smokes down right now. Is 7 gonna peek over and see that Koala Noob's right there? I don't think so. Nismo sees 7 there now that the smoke's down and takes him out. Hayes taking out Koala Noob. Nismo trading that. And taking out Hayes. A very, very quick win there for M80 on a light buy for TSM. They do have the money now, though, to get that full buy, which we're seeing. So hopefully TSM can try and do something. Again, this is their map, so they should be doing better. And they did really well in attacking last game, and now they're just not doing that good. So we'll see. Maybe it's gonna be switched. They'll do better on defense, but this may just be a lost cause. As Hayes grabs that spike. Looks like they're taking it mid. They do have control of that market. That market pathway is definitely theirs. Nature gets that bird through tree room, maybe making them think that there might be an A push. And it actually looks like they might be pushing through A. I mean, Hayes has the spike and he's pushing through that tree. EU taking out GMD, Koala taking out Nature, and now they're getting those flanks on the mid. TSM's scared now. They don't know where to go, and they're just pushing through that market. That Prowler gets sent out. The vision is gained for M80. Looks like they're pushing into that defender-sided spawn where nobody's watching. So they do actually have free roam to get through there, but now that they're getting over there, they're going to have to face John Cutie, who just flashes out, runs back. And now TSM pushing into a 3v3 situation on A. It's still a 5v3, so even if TSM gets through M80, it's going to be difficult as they're going to have to still fight with the people who are still coming. Nismo taking out 7, John Cutie taking out Hayes, Hayes taking out Xander before getting taken out, Corey taking out Nismo, but John Cutie trading that. And TSM doesn't have time or the material for trades, and just loses. M80 on a pretty big win streak right now, TSM just not doing well. Yeah, I mean, M80 is just having a better game right now. TSM is just not in it. On their chosen map, they chose this map, and they're not doing that as good as they should probably be for it being their map. They throw that molly down. Get the knife. TSM coming through. Xander does get taken does take 2 out, and Nismo taking Corey out as well. Nature finally shutting down Xander. But then EU taking out Nature and 7. Just a really good run from M80. I mean, M80 is just having an amazing game right now. TSM not looking like they're going to be able to shut them down. They haven't won a single round yet. M80 has 6 rounds on TSM. Now, even if TSM suddenly miraculously does better on defense, they do want to win as many rounds as they can here in attacking, because even if they suddenly do really, really well on defense, the advantage that M80 has may just be better than whatever TSM can come back from. That being said, TSM takes a timeout. We'll see if they can restructure themselves a little bit better in preparation. And I mean, from my perspective, I don't think M80 is going to be able to be shut down. I think TSM is they might win 1 or 2, but I think the reason that they did so well on Haven was simply because M80 didn't expect them to do well. But now that they're on TSM's chosen map, M80 is expecting that. M80 knows that Ascent is going to be TSM's stronger map, so they're ready to play as though it's going to be TSM's stronger map. Whereas on Haven, M80 just wasn't ready for the performance TSM was going to give, and that surprise factor allowed TSM to get pretty far ahead. We're looking at, it looks like TSM is going to be pushing into A. A little bit of a split push. 7 able to take out Koala. A pretty big kill pretty early on. Nismo pushing out into that mid. Watching that. But that being said, most of TSM is pushing into A. We got 3. Xander does take out Hazed though, and that's going to even the player count. It's going to be a 4v4 for M80. And that op is scary on Heaven. But GMD's planting. EU trying to shoot through smoke and get those kills. Isn't able to get those kills, but does take a lot of them out. Nismo is now getting that Astra wall. Trying to shoot through that Astra wall, but does get walled off. And they may just be able to defuse. But TSM 7 gets a 3k, Corey getting a 2k. And that's going to win TSM their first round. Clearly that timeout helped them out because a lot of them did survive that round. That's going to be good for their econ, and that's going to be good for their mental. They're definitely going to be feeling good after that round. And now, just pushing forward, trying to maintain this momentum. M80 has so much econ that they can lose. They can afford to lose a few rounds here. Maybe 2 rounds in a row before they're going to have to start worrying about that econ. So TSM just has to win a few rounds and sort of like get M80's econ back down if they want that possibility of getting to those 6 rounds, or maybe even going back to how it was before in the previous game, where at the end of that first half they were up, or sorry, they were down, but it was 7-4, and they were able to convert that into something. We do see TSM. Wow, we see Hazed able to pass right by Koala Noob. Koala Noob not ready for where Hazed is, but that op shot is there, and Hazed not ready for where Koala Noob was. Koala there to take him out as he's watching that angle. And that concuss is going to destroy Corey there. He's taken out. And GMD is just going to get flashed and taken out by EU. And now it's a 5v2. 7 push onto site. Able to take out Nismo, EU, John Cutie. That's a 3k. And that's immediately going to even the player count. 7 taking quite a hit. Has 75 health left. But it's going to be enough time for them to get on site and plant. We do get that Koala Noob ult coming out. It's going to be dangerous. Nature holding that arrow. Not ready for them to push in onto site. Nature just not ready for it. Not looking there. And 7 without the health to survive that crossfire. 6-1 is the score. It's about to be 7-1 as M80 just won another round. Not surprising in the slightest. TSM definitely underperforming compared to how they performed in the last game. But after such a win streak that TSM, and after such a big performance from TSM in the last game, M80 had even more to prove. Maybe TSM, they got that round win and then they lost this one. Maybe they can try and convert it into that 7-4 that we saw last game, which did turn in, sorry, 8-4. We saw an 8-4 last time, not 7-4. Maybe they can try and grasp for that 8-4 or even a 7-4. They just got to win a few more here. I mean, they just gotta grasp onto what they have and play better. We saw that timeout and it converted into a win. But now, are they going to be able to continue to get wins? We get Corey with the operator. Is he going to be able to use it effectively? We've got the ops peeking mid. And Corey ready for that smoke to go down. Able to get John Cutie and EU. Nice double kill with that operator. That's going to be what they wanted. Koala Noob having to back off from that mid after taking way too much damage. Now only having 36 health. Nobody's on B. B is clear for TSM. And that's actually where they're going. Nisma slowly rotating over there. A very nice shot. Looks like through a wall was actually hit on Nismo. Did quite a bit of damage on that wall bang. Nismo was actually pushing into B site. Nobody was there initially, but Nismo got there before TSM decided to push in. Again, assuming all the players are there, you got to be careful with the way that you push in. And that blind is going to be huge for Nismo, able to get a kill. Xander also able to kill. Nismo getting another kill. Corey able to get a kill. Nature able to get a kill. Nature's getting that spike down. It's down to Koala Noob, who just has an operator. We've got Nature with 72 health, holding that back sight. And Nature ready for that, able to ego peek that op. It takes him out. Very nice round. We got a really good selection of picks there from Corey right off the bat. And those 2 kills is what ended up carrying. M80 almost came back after that when they were pushing onto site with that incredible play from Nismo and Xander. But Corey was just shutting them down. Ended up getting a 3K overall. And just wasn't it. And Nature was able to ego peek Koala Noob's op and took him out with a Vandal. 7-2. TSM definitely wants to convert this into some more wins now. Definitely wants to get it to that 7-5 possibility, giving them a pretty big advantage moving forward. Koala Noob going for that operator shot. It doesn't land, and that is going to be smoked off. Just trying to avoid that operator from the attacking. Xander's going to get triple peeked. GMD ready for him, and takes him out. And Corey looking for a pick. Nismo there to just defend from it. And Nismo able to get that pick, but it's just going to be traded off. John Cutie there to get 2 kills, and it's now a 3v2. M80's up pretty good right now. Koala still has that op in heaven. Gets a wall banged a little bit, but it's not going to be nearly enough. And actually, Nature's running. He is running to be... M80's distracted. I mean, Koala just killed Hazed. Hazed was still on still on A for a while. Now with 40 seconds left, M80 has to decide if they're going to send people over to B. Well, now the plant is happening, so that spike's gonna go down, and you're gonna see M80 immediately run over. Still thinking somebody might have been there. That's gonna be a lot of time for Nature. Nature has to play time effectively now. Now he's wasted quite a bit of their time getting over there. He has that ult to play that post plant. M80 wants to deny that. M80 definitely wants to deny that post plant ultimate. A nice wallbang headshot there. He's gonna get blinded. Peeking that up. Koala's there. Takes him out. Maybe Nature should have played better with that ult, but overall, I don't know if the time was there for him. Taken out. It's now 8-2 the score. We're looking maybe at a repeat. Could DSM win 2 more rounds and get it to that 8-4 again and look at coming back? I don't know. This is their chosen map, so you'd think they'd be doing better than they are. But we also saw M80 did not have that great of a performance last round on the attacking and then on the defense. But they're doing better now on the defense. I mean, M80 is doing good on the defense right now, and TSM is not doing good on the offense, which is the exact opposite of how it was the previous game. So unless they also switch which ones they're bad at, I mean, this could just be... Unless M80 also switch which ones they're bad at, then it could just be an open and shut case, and M80 could just be down, TSM could just be down a lot of points here. They know that there's some mid, and so they're looking at that. We've got quite a few there. Corey and Hazed there to catch John QD trying to rotate, and 7 there to look at Koala Noob in the face with that operator. Koala gonna go in with that shorty through the smoke. TSM is going for an A push, it looks like. We've got 2 in that A main for M80. We've got Nismo and Xander just holding it. Hayes there to meet EU. GMD also taking out Koala Noob. Now TSM has got some kills. This is good for them. They've got some of those good kills. They've got some good guns. I mean, now it's a 2v4 situation for M80. Xander's taken out, and it's... Or, wait, no, sorry. Xander takes out Corey. Still a 2v... Now it's a 2v3, but then Nature takes out Xander. It's going to be a 1v3. Nismo still in that A main. And TSM's just running over to B. They're playing it safe. I think M80 knows this. He's also running over towards B, it looks like. Going through into that attacker spawn. And Nature gonna ult. Now is the time... Sorry, not ult, plant. But now is the time to use his ult, which he does have. Hayes with that op, but we're waiting for Nismo. It does take him out, and they get that thrifty win with all the guns that they did pick up. That's a good run for TSM. They got quite a few guns. Quite a few of them stayed alive. Their econ's definitely going to be better now. M80's hurting a little bit on the econ. Koala is still going to be able to get that operator. But you do see Xander and John Cutie having to buy stingers on the last round before the swap. I mean, this is round 12. You don't want to be buying stingers in full shield. You want to be buying guns, which TSM is able to do. M80 is not. We could be looking at another 8-4 going into this next half. If TSM can secure this win, again, Nature still does have that ult, so if they can get that plant down, they can play with that ult, they can play a little bit of post plant and you know, sort of get them off a little bit. We also could see GMD with an ultimate up after just 2 kills if he can get there, and that could be a good KO ult. But we'll see as they push through A main. Nobody's actually watching A main yet. We do have EU going heaven. Trying to watch it. We get that drone in. He is not watching yet. It's smoked off. They're not really expecting anything. Corey and Hayes push onto site. They close that door. And now they're pushing on. They're going to plant. You see Nature planting now. We get that ult. Trying to force them off. Koala able to take out Corey. And through the smoke, ob shot from Koala Noob is going to result in an ultimate. Hayes taking out Koala Noob, but Nismo and Zero are both getting kills. It's a 1v4 situation for Nature. He does have the spike, but they know where he is, and he's in a tough spot right now. He doesn't really have time to run. He's just going to have to play this. He does have his ultimate if he wants to try and play with that, but he's only got 25 seconds. It's going to be difficult. They're all holding angles. They're all waiting for him to be in their line of fire. And they all peek out at the same time. EU there to take out Nature. 9-3. It's definitely possible that TSM gets an upset here. We did see M80 lose quite badly last week in an incredible comeback from OR Esports. We could see that again from TSM. Especially after their performance last game. It's definitely possible that when we switch these sides, TSM just finds a second wind and just starts to win round after round after round. Maybe we'll see it again. I doubt it, but maybe we will. We do have M80 very close to that win now. Just 4 rounds away. If they win this pistol round, they're big. They're really far up there, and it looks like M80 is going to be pushing into B. They've got the spike over there, but they also have Nismo and Xander waiting over near A. An A man and mid just to watch it. Nature watching with that arrow, just waiting to see if he should send it. Does he send it? I don't know. M80's playing a little bit slow here. That turret goes off. Does Nature arrow off of that? He waits for them to destroy it, and he gets that ping on Koala. Firing through, trying to get that wallbang potentially. And off of that, M80 gets a little scared. They're going to run back. They've got a minute left. They got some time to move around. If they do decide they don't want to go to A, they could still have some time to go over to B, but likely they're just going to stick it on A. They already had Xander and Nismo over here, like I said. And now everybody's together. We've got a 5-stack. It looks like EU was looking at mid, but now everybody's going through A main. And TSM might expect this. Lots of util being used. GMD is stunned, but he's able to get a kill on Xander. Nismo taking out GMD. Hayes taking out Koala. John Cutie taking out Hayes. And it's a 3v3 right now. They're going to get that spike down. John Cutie is. We got one on Hell and one who is planting over on Gen. Corey sees Nismo, takes him out with that wallbang. Corey also takes out EU. It's now a 1v3, and he's only got 14 health. Corey jumps on top with the 3K, gonna take out John Cutie. Very, very nice round there from TSM. That's gonna be that first pistol round. That's a good round for them to have. If M80 won that round, they'd secure themselves maybe 1 or 2 more rounds, getting them to that 11, which is definitely not where TSM wants to be. So the fact that they won this pistol round, they may be able to secure themselves another round. It could be very, very good for them and their econ, and maybe we could see another win streak like we saw in the previous game. And maybe they'll come back. We'll see. This is their map, so they should know how to play it defensively a little bit, maybe a little bit better than M80 did, but we'll see. We see Corey pushing out pretty aggressively, but GMD was watching that cross. Takes out Koala. EU takes out Haste, though. GMD fires back. I mean, lots of trades. GMD cashing in on them, and so it's still a 3v3 situation. The only issue is that GMD's very low on health, and all of the M80 players are at full health, and they're going to start planting. They're going to use that molly to sort of push them off. M80 definitely going to be in a better position here in this 3v3 situation. And Xander able to get 2 kills. 7 with 22 health is also shot through the smoke by Xander. A very, very nice 3K from Xander. Getting almost all of those kills through the smoke. 10-4 is now the score. M80 was denying that extra win off of that pistol round from TSM. Now TSM's going to have to play it a little safe with their econ. M80 also playing it safe with their econ. Not full buying, or, well, they don't have the money to, but not force buying, even though TSM doesn't really have the money to buy anything good right now. So both teams, we do have M80 with a light buy, so they are going to have better guns. TSM completely saving, so we'll see how it goes, and the differences here. And we see M80 looking at that A push. TSM coming through A main, pushing out. Maybe they know that they're coming, but M80 just decides to play back, and they're running over to B, where they already have 2 of their players. 2? Yeah, 2 of their players. No, 1 of their players, sorry. EU is sitting in B main, just waiting there for their teammates. There is the Killjoy turret there, so that way they know when they're coming. They see Nature in that market spot, but not able to take him out. And M80's gonna have the site. They're just gonna push in. Nature is still in market, firing through that smoke. Door doesn't go down. Koala Noob hoping that they do push to the market. They're gonna be running out of time here. GMD very low on health, but 7 taking out Koala Noob is gonna be an early kill. Corey taking out EU. John Cutie firing back, taking out Nature. Also taking out 7, while Corey takes out Nismo, GMD takes out Xander, and it's now a 1v3 situation for John Cutie. GMD looking at him, takes him out. Do they have time to defuse? Yes, they do. That's gonna be a nice round there from TSM. The only issue is TSM can't afford this sort of back and forth that they're doing. It was good for their econ to win this round, and now they'll be able to full buy. But they're definitely hoping that M80 does not win the next one, because TSM needs to start winning some rounds, pick up this traction, and get closer to that overtime possibility, or just at the very least tying it up and you know, trying to get ahead here, because they're just not in a good position right now. M80 has so much room to breathe, being 5 rounds ahead right now. TSM doesn't have room to breathe. They need to push through. Obviously, M80 is 3 rounds away. That's a little bit of wiggle room for TSM, but definitely not as much as they would like. They would like to be ahead right now, which they're not. So TSM, we do see Corey watching that mid, and it just gets smoked off before it can react. That Prowler's sent out. 7 waiting for the possibility that there's some peeking from EU, which there isn't. And it looks like it's a full A push. Other than EU, who is still over on that B link. Koala able to take out Corey. Nismo taking out Hayes. 7 taking out Koala. Definitely not looking good for TSM. John Cutie able to take out 7, and now it's a 2v4 situation. Nature only has 2 health left. It's definitely going to be difficult. He's got that Odin. And EU with the flank is going to take out Nature. GMD taking out EU, though, still with 30 health, may just decide to save. And that looks like what's going to be happening. A 1v3 with 30 health is not a good position to be in. So far, a very interesting game. TSM sort of holding their ground, but looks like M80 might just take this and ended up in a 2-0 victory. I mean, that's certainly not what TSM wants, but that might be where they get what they get, because M80 is just a very, very, very well put together team. They play well. They're better. They're better than TSM. I said this from the beginning that we may be looking at a 2-0 victory. GMG is waiting for the possibility. Nismo sees gun poking out and just takes out GMD. Not going to be a save for GMD. Not great for TSM there. Their econ definitely now suffering. We do still see some buys from Hazed and GMD. Corey does have knives, so it's likely what they're going to use. We see a Stinger for 7 and Nature. Looks like they're going to be relying more on their util, and we do see M80 with the full buy. No op yet from M80. You know, you'd think maybe Koala would go for that op, but nothing yet. And they're going to do another hard push into A, it may look like. It looks like they may be doing. And we start to see that breach util pushing them out, and that is what it looks like they're doing. Koala Noob able to get a pick on GMD. But Hayes ready for Koala Noob. Xander over trading that on, taking out Hayes, and now overall, TSM's down a player. It's 4v3 for M80. It's definitely going to be... It's not going to be easy, but it's not going to be as difficult as it would have been had they been down. But TSM 7 gets a kill on John Cutie. Corey takes on Nismo. Lots of kills traded. Corey with a 3K is actually going to save that round for TSM. Give them another win. But this is that back and forth we don't want to see. You see, TSM won a round. M80 won a round. TSM now winning a round. After that initial, I mean, yeah, it's a lot of back and forth. I mean, we went into this round with the 8-4 situation. TSM won the first round, then M80 won a round, then TSM won a round, then M80 won a round, right? We did see a little mini win streak there from M80, who won, I think, 2 rounds in a row. It's just not looking great for TSM. I mean, overall, M80 is doing better right now, and TSM is in a very, very tough spot. It's just not going to be an easy round for them. It's just not going to be an easy game for TSM. They can't be doing this back and forth play. They need to be winning most of the rounds, and they're not. M80 1 round away from, at the very least, securing that overtime, which we know they can probably win. Xander now taking out 7. This is not looking good for TSM. Like I said, we don't want this back and forth happening because TSM can't survive that, but it looks like Nismo already with that 2-player advantage may take the win. TSM in a very tough spawn. Now, Corey did buy an operator, so they may just want to save at the end of the day. If M80 can get that spike down, that may just be what TSM wants to do, is save that. Nature trying to peek out that B main, see if we can't see anybody. Nobody's peeking him, though. Everybody's sort of playing back with default, looking for picks, which makes sense because TSM did get some nice picks. Or sorry, M80 did get some nice picks right off the bat. And it looks like they're pushing in. Nature able to take out EU and John Cutie. Nice, evening the player count. Not without a loss, though. Nature now very low on health. And Nismo able to take out Nature through that wall bang. Corey able to take out Koala, though. A bit of a trade here. It's a 2v2 right now. Nismo down on health. TSM has a little bit of an advantage right now. We do see that operator. Are they going to see the one in main? Doesn't look like it. Hayes gets taken out by Xander. Corey takes out Xander. Nismo was going for that flank situation. And Nismo's now in that boathouse. Oh, Nismo just outguns him. We've seen that so many times where Nismo is just better at shooting the enemy team and takes out Corey. And we're starting to see that back and forth. TSM can't do that. If TSM wins this round, they then need to win 6 more in a row to go to overtime and have that chance at winning. TSM gonna take their timeout, maybe a bit too late. I mean, they're down quite a few rounds. I even forgot that they had timeout because they didn't use it last half either. It's a little bit confusing. why they didn't when they haven't really been doing very well, but now they're finally using it, and we'll see if it does affect their play style at all, and if they can maybe secure that overtime. It is TSM's map. I mean, they should know how to play this a little bit better, but I think M80 was prepared for an Ascent game. But like I said, I don't think they were prepared for TSM to do as well as they did on Haven, and that's why TSM did so well on Haven. Because M80 was prepared for a very poor performance from TSM on that Haven map, hence why M80 picked Haven. But when TSM didn't perform as poorly as they thought, TSM was able to shoot ahead in their score. But because M80 was able to prepare for Ascent, knowing TSM might do pretty well on Ascent, they're able to take this advantage. TSM just not doing very well. M80 one round away from securing a victory, and they want it. TSM taking that overtime, taking that timeout, trying to prevent that overtime situation, trying to get to that overtime situation. They're 6 rounds away, just trying to get those 6 rounds. They don't want it to be a back and forth thing. That does not work out for them. But it's been sort of a back and forth thing these past like 5 or so rounds. It's been at TSM then M80, TSM then M80. But when M80 is so much higher in that score, TSM's just not going to be able to. I mean, TSM's not going to win that way. So they do need to shoot ahead with their score and get to that 12. They need 6 rounds. They're 6 rounds behind. Can they get there? Do you see M80 pushing pretty harshly into this mid where 7 and Nature are waiting with that Killjoy util, and they get that ult down, trying to force them off. Nismo trying to decline that ult, which he does, but Nature taking out Nismo, John Cutie taking out Nature, GMD taking out Xander, Koala Noob taking out I cannot talk apparently. Taking out not Nismo. I don't even know what I'm saying. Corey taking out Nismo. There we go. Lots of trades happening. It's a 3v2 right now. M80 so very close to winning. EU taking out Corey. It's now a 3v1 situation. Can Haste win it? They can't save. EU takes out Hazed, and that's gonna be the matchup to M80. A 2-0 victory. Very well played from both teams. I'm just gonna end the stream. I don't I can't talk anymore. Thank you guys so much for watching. I don't think I'm gonna be live tomorrow. I'll try and be live next week. That's gonna be it for me. Goodbye.